to figure out which button it is. And I saved over the top one. Cool. Mysidia ho. So I had a thought. One that's kind of important. Looking at my magics, I have level 6 Asuna here, and level 4 here. I think it should be just a good idea to bring, like, a golden needle with me. Just in case. Oh, what's up, Kappa? I think Evil Ghost convinced me that I should get a golden needle at least. Just in case. Oh, well, they're kind of expensive, but also I have a lot. Ridiculous amount of money, so I guess I shouldn't be worried. Alright, onward! To actually going place. Aha, we got the Coctorist here, and I'm ambushed, and I bet they'd go and... Well, this is what we leveled it for. This is literally what we leveled Asuna for. Oh, oops. The ability to unstone people. Costs 6 MP now, which sucks, but he can get unstoned. Miss, that's good. So miss, that's really good. Plus, you know, I'll get to level up Asuna more. Woohoo. Not effective. I don't know why I bothered. Let's try again? Like, I just feel like it should work. Like, seriously. I went through the effort to level it, and it's like, just not gonna work. Come on, work! I thought level 6, maybe Desi was wrong, and it's level 7. Well, should at least be able to cure it on the field now, right? If it doesn't work on the field, I have wasted, like, 45 minutes of my life leveling up a really worthless spell. Big money, no whammies? Alright, at least that worked. Yeah, what level's it now? Okay, still it's 2 per cast. It's not great, but... that was a bit of a waste. Probably still raise it up on butts, but not immensely, quickly. More ambushes. Oh, and of course, Himbo is in the back row again. Doesn't actually matter what I do here. Either I'm going to cast fire on these things and they're going to explode, or nothing happens. No crit. Nice job, Leela. Not that it matters, because fire is going to murder these things. Whoosh. 700 damage. Wonder what happens if I break, like, the 1,000 damage barrier. I don't think I've seen that yet. Himbo got strength up for that. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Alright, it's these guys. These guys are dangerous. Which one's more dangerous? The brown ones or the purple ones? I always forget. They're all undead, so I'm just gonna kill those that way. We'll see what happens. Okay, purple ones aren't terribly strong, at least. Oh, damn. Thank you, Desi. 23 months. That was a long-ass time. How you doing? Yes. Want to attack. Oh. I am just getting started. I tried casting Asuna twice in battle and it failed twice. I'm kind of disappointed. Doing okay. I'm doing pretty good. Got still a bunch of stuff to do. Didn't get everything I needed done today, but gotta do some packing for going to California tomorrow. It should be packing. Was doing some laundry right before stream is one it has to do. He doesn't have the spell I need. Let's see. It's fire for all of them, right? Yeah, fire for red ones. But the flight's late enough in the day that I'm not too worried. I think it might take off around 5 or 6. Shouldn't be too bad. I've done some of the more annoying packing already. So it could be a lot worse. Oh, right. It won't kill them instantly because I did split damage, but I killed the red one at least. Yeah. 41 damage. I guess anything would have killed the red one. the problem with having, like, better cure spells. Or better spells in general, is I now suffer from using more MP. Getting bigger effects, but still using more MP. Need to go and do some MP grinding if I... Are you kidding me? Ah, must have got, like, double low rolls. Well, she still goes last. If someone else hits it first, I won't have to worry. I guess let's try Risen Blizzard. I don't think that's ineffective. If someone crits, they'll take it out easy. Or 8x hit. That does it. Okay, let's shoot up there. Looking for stuff. Not sure where I'm actually going. But I am getting tired of these Bob. I guess I like them better than the battles where I instantly lose. Alright, well that's gonna kill a lot of them. But, you know, I got most of the things I needed to get done beforehand too. Like I finished up Gamma V's hack. I went and accepted that earlier today. There was one soft lock, but it's a sadistic one, and since it's a remoderation, I'm not going to worry too much about it. If Gamma V wants to resubmit it, it'll probably be a pretty quick and easy moderation for whomever picks it up. One of those like, yeah, maybe I should reject, maybe I shouldn't, or message her, I'm not sure. But either way, it's fine. It's a pretty sadistic soft lock. And then... I guess I just have higher expectations of my spells at this point. Like, I could have sworn that the fires were killing those earlier. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as they leave the battle. It solves my problem. Let's see. Give him the thunder. Not going to work. Not going to matter, but it's worth a shot. Come on. 7 damage. And he escapes. Who cares? Yep, it's Final Fantasy 2 today. I am traveling on Wednesday, and so we're doing it on Tuesday. How you doing, Evil Ghost? And I was just about to save. Let's see how many we can take out in one round. Yeah, Final Fantasy 2, it's good. Nice to get back to some JRPG action. Got my point-and-click adventure fix in, for at least for a while, and did some Mario earlier, so, you know, getting most of the things done. Should go back to Firebow for her. Not really sure. Good. Who's gonna go grocery shopping? Back in 30 minutes? Alright. Enjoy your grocery shopping. Hopefully you find all of the things on your list. Despite the fact you may or may not be shopping at Fred Meyer. Not sure why they decided to make that their tagline. What's on your list today? You'll find it at Fred Meyer. But one of those earwormy advertisements. Alright, I think this is where I'm supposed to be. I have options and I don't like it. Dead end! Should have just tried that one first. No, it's the... what do I have in Inner Hands? Dark and Ice. I probably should ditch the Ice Bow if I'm fighting so many. Actually, I don't know. It's a hard choice. The Ice Bow is a lot more powerful, but the Fire Bow elemental effect was really nice when fighting undead. The Dark Bow is great for fighting bosses and other heavy hitter critters. Like, the chance of inflicting dark is a blind is really nice. And it's doing enough damage. I guess I don't really care. Because any element apparently affects those guys heavily. Thanks for the good luck. How you doing, Get You Puffs? Did you finish the run back? On, what was it, Super Oddworld? Can I go through this door? No, I can't. Does that door go somewhere? I have to know now. This is probably just gonna, like, put me somewhere I don't want to be. Because that's how all the doors in Final Fantasy II work. Ambush. Please don't stone anybody. Best type of ambush. The kind where they all run away or are ineffective. First play of that? Nah, I got a couple more exits this morning, a few more this afternoon. Oh, nice! It was hard to tell how long you'd been grinding on that, but looked like you were doing pretty well last night. Runbacks can be, you know, really easy sometimes and really difficult others. Gold pin. How is the gold pin? How does that compare to Mithril? A huge improvement. Who needs it most? 43... Oh wait, it's the answer. It's probably Himbo. Himbo keeps getting just smacked in the face. Actually, no. Somehow he has the lowest. Did I not buy a second Giant's Helm? Oh no, the second one dropped. That's what happened. Okay. First stream of it was today. Aro doesn't mess around. I wouldn't doubt. I've really only ever seen Ultra Kaiser World 2, and briefly that troll hack he made for Desi. Oh, these guys look badasses. Let's be careful. Attack the top one. Try to blind the bottom one. Otherwise engage in the smackdown. I've seen Airbend stream him every once in a long while, but it has been a long time. He was working on, like, one of the Japanese VIP or something of that type hack. So I remember he was going back and forth with this giant effing maze. Over and over. Yeah, I don't even care about blinding, we're just gonna take him out. Heck, you made for you with something else. Yeah, that was a fun stream. Is that archived somewhere? I'd love to watch that one again. But yeah, I'm not surprised to hear Aero's back at hacking after he quit hacking forever, because most people don't ever, like, make big announcements when they quit hacking forever and actually mean it. Oh, bird. But it's nice to see him back at it. He makes good stuff. Wait, no! Oh, well, that's... I guess Butts isn't going to get any HP. Bye, Butts! Or any XP. Not that it matters much. Still a shame you can't change party members unless you kill one of them, or have such an adverse status effect that it puts them into the back row. And yes, I remembered this time. It's one of the worst parts about this game. The insistence upon rowing. So weird. Alright, effective ambush. Do that one. I think that'll do it. Oh wait, no, he still has the cursed sword equipped. Crap. Well, at least he's cursed. He'll do a lot less damage now. And we'll fix that next time around, since we'll have another turn. That Ghast will die, but the other one's gonna live. Guess I could use this as an opportunity to level Asuna once or twice. Down, down, AA, B. Down, down, AA. B. Alright, that's enough of that. Just a couple real quick. Go back to the winged sword. Something I do like is you can change your weapons mid-battle. That's something I don't do a lot of in later Final Fantasies, but it is surprisingly effective in these early ones. Where do I want to go? I feel like I'm going to miss some stuff. No, I'm not going to miss some stuff. I have to go... I'm smarter than this. Warp me back. See? Aha! Much less effort than walking back. What's up, Zuccotti? How you doing? I'm doing the silly walk backwards. I just throw that out. I think my weak-ass thunder actually does kill those. We'll see. Tired, but okay. Yeah, I kind of feel that today. You know, I've been bitching about my sleep schedule being terrible for a good amount of time. And today was sort of the day that I did something about it, so I didn't sleep as much as I should have, but at least hopefully I'll be able to get up for the thing I need to go to, which I need to get up for at like 7 a.m. on Thursday. And of course, I won't miss my flight either, which is nice, even though my flight's at like 5 p.m. There we go. Oh, man. Well, it's not like the event is at 5 a.m. We have to drive out to it. Like, it's just that it's that far away from where my brother lives. It's about a 2.5-hour drive. I think it starts at 10. But I'll have to wake up at 7 to just get up, get ready. I mean, I'm not going to do a whole lot. I'm going to wake up, shower, put on clothes, shave, that sort of thing. And I can do that in 15 minutes if need be. And to get me the maximum amount of sleep, it may need be. This is not worth it. I'm casting way too many spells. I don't know why. It feels like she's just gone down a level. Oh, maybe she lost some magic power, and that's why she's not hitting as hard. Because I probably just need that little extra boost. I forgot which one he attacked. I don't want to waste a turn on that. Thunder the top one. Ooh, Aura. I should try out Aura again and see what happens. I don't know what she did. Alright, well, at least I didn't attack butts, but I don't think I ended up hitting the right one. Just gotta pray for a hit. Be awake. 7 a.m. is like afternoon, evening, so you know it's an ungodly hour for normal folks. Yeah. Well, 7 a.m. is pretty close to bedtime for me, as of late. Like, I usually get to sleep sometime between 5 and 6. And with occasional jaunts outward. It's gotten kind of bad, but I'll wake up for the meeting at 11 and then about 2 hours later take a nap. It's not been a good way to live. So it's nice to go and fix it. Just finally just sit down and fix it and have it at least be right for a bit. Right side up for a bit. I'm carrying too much? Oh, man. Oh, I probably should have... Stupid Death Idol. What do I have in my inventory I can get rid of? I guess I don't care too much about selling the Mithril Hat. Probably get rid of the Antidote next. Black Garb. Ooh, Black Garb. Let's see how that suits Himbo. Is black his color? I say black's his color. Let's see. You got Night. He has Flame, which I think is better than Night. She's got Gold, which I think might be equivalent to Night. There must be some sort of effect. I'm just not sure. And what has Layla got? Also Gold. Yeah, I guess hand-me-down. I think the Night is marginally better just because I can't buy it. But it's really hard to tell in this game. I don't want to ditch the Flame Bow. I need the 2 Gold Needles. Goodbye. That. Can I, like... I need to put some of these in people's hands. Does I have anyone who, like, doesn't need to be holding stuff? No, he's got the Stink Spirit. What's Layla got in her hands? The Betray Fang in a high pot. That's probably reasonable. I still have Holy sitting in my inventory. You know, I'm never gonna cast Stun, I don't think. Goodbye, Stun. Probably should have got rid of Silence at first instead, but whatever. Boom. Boomer knows Holy, or Boober knows Holy now. That freed up an inventory slot. I'm happy to have these. There's probably and the elixir. I still don't know what cottages do. You know what? Just out of the interest of science, let's see if it does what I think it does. Black Garb is one of the first times they give you a decent item at the beginning of a dungeon. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, usually most of the chests turn out to be crap. I love it! I am so gonna buy another one of those. I also hate how literally half my inventory is full of crap now. But that was at least worth it, I think. Yeah, not a good way to live, no. I would not recommend that. And then on my schedule will probably drift a bit again, but hopefully it sticks. The sun rising so early tends to help with that. Not still using Dark, is she? No, okay. Take that one out. That one. Waiting to see when you'd finally use a cottage. You know, I'm kind of glad that I'm not glad I held off that long, but it's really glad that I finally did it. Like, one of the things I always worried about was burning resources on the way to a dungeon. And I could say right now, I'm not going to worry so much as long as I got a cottage in my inventory. And definitely a lot better than having to walk all the way back to an inn every single time I want to do something. Won't be the first time I put off trying to do something that probably would have helped me a long time. I'm kind of right next to a town. Kind of. Not usefully next to a town, but kind of next to a town. Okay, so... go down from here. There's a lot of doors. Be ambushed. Come on, escape. Yeah! Dungeon is one of the most memorable in the game. Hope you enjoy what you found in here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean terrifying. Okay, thunder. Let's, like, actually be effective. Oh my. Oh, I see what happened there. Come on, Flan. I was hoping Boober's int goes back up, because I think I'm like missing like a point or two of int, and that's making a difference here for how much damage I'm doing to these Flans. Assuming it works roughly the way I expect it to. Which is something like, I don't know, spell level times your or minus defense, plus your actual, like, spell strength, your int, multiplied by the I guess maybe the multiplier is probably just the spell level. So it's probably something like your, it's probably something like your spell attack, int minus the enemy's magic defense times 7 in this case. And then probably like plus or minus like somewhere between 0 and 1/8 of whatever you were gonna do. It's a pretty standard Final Fantasy type calculation. At least that's more or less how it works in Final Fantasy V, and I think also in Final Fantasy VI. Because it's just a pretty simple way to do the actual math. Magic power-up! Yay! Oh, that was Leela. Leela got magic power-up. Interesting. I appear to be in this dungeon. Not sure how I feel about that. Guess I'll find out shortly. Just go around the horn. Don't know why, but it something reminds me of that like throwaway gag where that weird poker announcer becomes part of the Dixie Chicks. The horrible amalgam that is the Dixie Chicks. No idea why. Absolutely no idea why. What else have I been doing? I mean, I've talked about it multiple times, but I did play the silly environmentalism point-and-click adventure game, where I learned that the weather is controlled. The doppelganger is motionless. The purity of Butts' heart is binding its movements. Oh, right! I need to give it the mask so that it, explodes, or something. The black mask. Placed on the doppelganger. There we go! That's probably the right way to go. Let's not do that yet. Completely forgot about the whole doppelganger thing. That's what happens when you don't play a game for a week. Alright, let's see if that one magic up will help us get these guys in 2 turns rather than 3. But I'm gonna guess I'm gonna have to fight the doppelganger again later in the dungeon, just because that's how this sort of thing works. But we'll see. You know, the more I think about this, the more I'm weirded out by this. Why is there a big black box underneath there when the background is clearly being changed to red to do the flashing bit? That's just really weird. Like, look at this. When someone casts a spell, look at right underneath the box that, like, tells you what the person's doing. You know, Butts, black flan, whatever. Like, right here. Boober, black flan. And then there's a box, just one box, that doesn't change the color. How very odd. Talk to the doppelganger before getting rid of the white mask. You never get the prompt for the password, learn, or anything. It was infuriating. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet. I'm certain that if Fisk were here, he would explain why. Like, I thought for some reason that all of the palettes... I guess the background palettes might not have to share the same zero color, or background color. Just now I'm not so sure. Can't unsee it, yeah. Look, I played how much of this before realizing that fact? Like, this is the 5th or 6th? How many times have I done this? Be easy to look up. FF2. At least this is the 5th session, I think. Only the 5th session? No, that can't be right. How am I missing one? I'm missing one. I don't know what's going on here. There we go. That's more correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is the 6th one. Getting a critical hit, it covers that box? Oh, that might be why. It just might be in a different background spot. Something I just don't know about NES. I thought the background color in Palette Zero was like the background color for a lot of things, but it might be the case the background color... I guess the easiest way to tell me look at the top of the screen when that flash happens, right? So... No, that all's flashing black. Escape covers the box. That makes sense. Like, for NES, usually, because Fisk will come by and say, no, that's not true, you can only have the same palette for a 2x2 block region. And I assume that it's possible that, like, almost everything except the boxes use the same palettes. But then you've got, like, the weirdness on the very edges. What was the deal with these guys? I'm not gonna find out, am I? I'm just gonna attack them and see if they die. It usually works pretty well. But the fact that there's, like, you can see the black or the red flashing through the cracks of the box is kind of weird to me. Because I assume it's using a different name table for the stuff below. I believe this is an MMC3 game. Guess I never checked. Oh boy. Well, if one person's gonna get slept, if it's Leela, it's not the end of the world. Ouch. My himbo's getting wrecked. Well, that was a bad assault. Just gonna throw that out and hope we kill some of those. I probably shouldn't have done that for Ghost. The Ghost gas is pretty weak. Now I just have to hope that they don't cast Sleep on Boober. Anyway, before the Doppelganger interrupted, I was playing this environmental game for Earth Day. Team Extreme, Operation Weather Disaster, where some weatherman decides that the weather in Arizona is too good consistently, and therefore he must change the global weather patterns so he has something to actually report on. And you'd think this would be done, via some sort of human-made climate change action by polluting or something, or I don't know. Or even just some normal mechanical thing, like building a giant hairdryer to cause tornadoes, I don't know. But no, apparently he takes care of controlling the weather by using ancient ruins. These machines under ancient ruins. And so in the Discovery Channel game, we learned that ancient druids controlled the weather. Oh, come on. And ancient Egyptians. And Atlanteans. Atlanteans also control the weather. So the more you know. MMC1? Okay. I don't know what MMC1 brings to the party, aside from, like, your basic... No, Zelda 2 was MMC3. I just assume everything's MMC3. That's not a good thing to do. I want to try that right staircase first. This is still going to be faster than walking back. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what power MMC1 gives you. Does it give you an extra interrupt? Because I'm I want to say they're doing some sort of name table swap between the battlefield and the battle stuff at the bottom, but hard to say. Got what I was doing. Which one's most likely to live? I think the Krang is. Now that he's in pink, he looks a lot better. The yellowy brown ones don't look great. But when it's pink, it really looks like Krang. So I can appreciate that. Alright. And then I just press buttons. Because I know MMC1 allows for like a... I think it allows for one fixed bank and then up to 16 banks you can swap. But that also might be MMC3. I know MMC2 is weird. MMC2 is really only used for Punch-Out. And has some weird stuff going on with being able to set your... swap out CHR pages. Based upon... Oh, those aren't stairs down. Alright, so this was a complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. Based upon certain, like, PPU write patterns. Saw a really cool video demonstrating it earlier, like a few weeks ago, where it turns out Little Mac is not a sprite, he's just the other background. A really, really cool way of handling it. Which gives you the, like, ability to have the two gigantic sprites on screen with some overlap. Really clever stuff. Ow, why do I always step on a cable? And of course, it's never MMC5. No one needs MMC5. And nobody knows what MMC4 is. Yeah, let's just start casting Thunder on these, because apparently it's worthwhile. Yeah, there's so many mappers on the NES. Remembering which ones do what is kind of tricky. Outside of, like, NROM. There's, you know, at least 100 some odd, plus weird variations thereof. I know MMC3 went through a few different revisions that are substantial and matter. Like, compared to the SNES, where there's only a few interesting enhancement chips, the NES has a lot of weird enhancement chips. Hopefully that takes care of it. Star Tropics 1 and 2 are MMC5. If those were really late, I'd believe it. I think Fisk's, like, major complaint is MMC5 is, well, for one, like, people who are doing homebrew stuff, MMC5 as a mapper is not common, and I don't believe there's any repros of it, at least last time I checked. So, the only way people can make repro carts of, like, say, you port Zelda to MMC5 for whatever fucking reason, or you're hacked to MMC5, the only way you're going to be able to make a repro cart is by cannibalizing an existing MMC5 game, which is not ideal. Because there's only so many MMC5s to go around, whereas MMC3 is plentiful. And there are companies making repro MMC3 mappers, which is nice. Oh, also, Fisk sent me this really cool Kickstarter thing. Some people are making a, like, platform fighter for the NES with online multiplayer in an NES cart. So basically, the NES cart itself has a Wi-Fi module as part of its IP, and will connect to your Wi-Fi, and you can play this not Smash online with other players using that, which seems really cool, honestly. Not sure something I'd ever want to do. And of course, apparently this also has, like, the sensible rollback, so it's not, like, an actual good online experience, unlike most others, you know, including, but not limited to, actual Smash Brothers. Oh, boy. Why is everywhere a giant maze? Yellow jellies. What do yellow jellies do? Oh, souls are annoying because they cast fire. The yellow soul casts fire. That's odd. The red soul casts blizzard. I don't understand the elemental affinities in this game. Thinking. I'm kind of wondering if I should just, like, not bother taking this fight. Because, like, I'd have to kill the jellies. I think the yellow jellies are a pretty weak version, so I can probably just straight up just fire them. But I am, you know, burning through mana really quick. I have 30 casts of fire on her total because of the actual mana, which I can see easily because it's 21. And it costs 7. Still annoying, but good because elemental affinities do not want to be understood. See, that's not ideal in my mind. Oh wow, that red spirit's got a lot of juice. And, well, it just cast Blizzard on me. Maybe fire works on him. Like, he also cast fire, didn't he? Maybe he just does whatever the fuck he wants. He's a red spirit. Red soul. Yeah, HP up. Fine, fine, fine. Just shoot him. Shoot him dead. Using the power of, you know, muscle. Cast punch. Be the muscle wizard. Got a power thing. Lovely. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if a smarter move might actually be... Oh, I should change this up. Might act... Or... I did this all wrong. A smarter move might actually be to cast Warp whenever I end up in one of these rooms. Because it might actually just take me out to the door. Might, I don't know. Might be worth a shot at least. When that Marlboro hits, I am going to be in trouble. But... yeah, maybe. We'll see. Gotta think. Still could use magic power up. Okay, I started roughly in the center of this area, so I probably should just try to do the peripheries, but it is a maze. I'm down to 20 casts. Unless I can get swapped to work, I guess. Alright, ghasts or nothing. I should have had him attack the other one. Yeah, that worked. Doing it one-handed while grabbing my beverage. Yeah, they're all pretty weak. It's just the non-purple ones that are dangerous. Hey. Are we doing this? Stupid illusion wall. Guess I don't know if it's an illusion wall or not. Hard to say. Let's see what else. Actually pretty far into QLDC now. Got like 20 of them left to go. There's the illusion wall. Lame. Nobody uses those! Ah. Okay, well, time to get rid of something in my inventory. Goodbye, high potion! There you go, Himbo. 200 XP, HP. That was nothing! Ugh. Okay, there we go. Out the illusion wall. And into the illusion fire. You know what? These guys tend to be pretty weak. I'm just gonna flee. I'm not done enough fleeing in this game. That worked. Like, it's an expensive fight for me to take because a cat takes 3 casts of fire at least. And I just don't want that. I guess I've gained enough flee XP by accidentally fleeing earlier. When trying to raise my Asuna. Which I should be doing more of now that I think about it. Should be doing a lot more of that. Oh, wait. No, that's not hooray, but that's actually not that bad. She'll have gone down a significant amount. That's 40 MP. That's bad, but hey, at least I might get an MP up out of this. Certainly gonna get an HP up out of that. Stamina, HP. Are you kidding me? and get my high pot back. Guess who's getting a high pot applied to them? That's right, Imbo. I wasn't even kidding. The RNG with potions is weird to me. Yeah, Butts is not really doing much with curing people. Let's do that. He's got decent spirit, too, which helps. Doing the paladin thing. Okay, cool. That swap still hurt, though. I lost 40 MP in that exchange. Something to keep in mind for the future, I suppose. I still think if you're using a bow, you should be able to attack the back row. That would be so much more convenient. FF9 also did potion RNG? I didn't know that. Maybe I didn't use potions very often. Oh. Yeah, I just prefer knowing how much I'm going to get out of it. It just seems like a very weird mechanic. I'd ask if FF1 did that, but I know if FF3 and onward didn't. At least 5 and 4. I think 4, 5, and 6. Not sure about 4, but definitely 5 and 6. Yeah, I just came out of there. I just want swap to work. I guess once I'm done in Mysidia area, because I'll be able to go to the tower next, which means I need to take myself and possibly my boat all the way back. Actually, next to that, I'm not taking my boat all the way back. At least not right now. Oh no, I have to take the boat all the way back if I want to do that. Definitely want to try using swap on some lower level critters. In battles, it recovered full, but outside it did about half recover recapacity. Interesting. An odd choice. I'm certain. Yep. I am certain that warp is the way to go here. God. Wait, warp? Ooh, okay, that's cheesy, but I like it. I can use that to escape those rooms with their ridiculously high encounter rate. That's not what I expected warp to do, though. I expected it to... just to take me up a level. I didn't expect it to take me out the door. I think the tower's in a dungeon, just wait until you find how many dungeons are between this one and the tower. I'm somehow not surprised. This game has definitely thrown some weird curveballs in terms of locations and whatnot. It's just my assumption, since they kept talking about going to a tower and a cave, and I thought I already went to the cave in town, which wasn't the cave in question. Very misleading. Very misleading game. Paralyzed. Yeah, that's fine. Paralyzed. Means Boober gets to shoot things. I need to stop putting my foot on the cable. Okay, so I went through that door. That's a dead end. Time to try this game. This game is extremely misleading. It misled you so well. Yep, it does. I do wonder if part of it's that we're playing, like, the old-school NES translation. I don't know how... Like, I guess this is a newer version of the NES translation, isn't it? Which is supposed to be a bit better. This isn't me moderating Hodgepodge. No, it's not. How you doing, Farad? Welcome back, Evil Ghost. Hope shopping went well. Yeah, I found where I need to go. I'm ambivalent about this cave. And I keep using warp because I think it's funny. And I keep thinking I'll find something good behind one of these doors. And the answer is I'm never going to find something interesting behind one of these doors. And oh great, please don't ambush. Okay. Oh wait, hold up. I need to put 2 strong people's weight behind kicking this guy. And then that one. If she gets first dibs, she'll actually take one out, which will at least reduce the amount of time this fight will take. Maybe I should have had her go on the red soul too. Oh well. You're alive? Oh, that's Better than the alternative. There we go. Red Soul dead. Ugh. At least Hodgepodge is out. Looking forward to seeing someone play that at some point in the near future. Get to see some of the levels I vaguely remember from back in the day. Because it was a long time. I think I'll never really ever played like 2 of the levels. What I could do... If this is the Chaos Rush translation? Yes, this is the newer one. I opted for it, because it seemed like a better way to go. Like, for Final Fantasy III, I went with the old school one. For this one, it seemed like it would just be a better idea to go with the new school. Ad break? I'm fine with that. How you doing, Squiggles? Should be taking a break, but you want to work on Uncle's Closet more? I mean, I think that's a fine choice. I meant to go to this door. Like, don't burn yourself out, but, I mean, it's also just Mario hacking. How unfortunate. At some point, you'll have to turn off your VPN so it actually works. I'm just gonna flee. These fights are costly and irritating. And slimes don't have legs, so you can run away from them easy. And once again, egregious abuse of warp. It would be pretty funny if when you level warp, it takes you up N levels instead of just 1. That would be really annoying, but kind of in character with this game. They only want to go 1 level, but no, you learn to cast it too well, you have to go 2. It's kind of like the, if you roll a 20, you critically succeed even at mundane things, but you succeed so well that it actually wraps around and becomes a failure. Alright. Roll a dex thing to climb this ladder. Alright. You rolled 20. Excellent. You've climbed the ladder so well you're now in outer space. And you asphyxiate and die. Thanks. Oh boy. You know... Please? Nope. Shouldn't have done it. Roll a bluff check to see if you can convince the guard you're his long-lost father. You roll a 20. You so thoroughly convince him, he convinces you. You're now his adopted father. Etc. Got a dex... This is a silly example. I mean, I imagine if it was like a slippery ladder or like a really crappy ladder, you might do a dex roll with a relatively low threshold for succeeding, but not in general. Like, if it's like a crappy goblin made out of, like, random bones and twine sort of ladder. But was a silly example of a silly problem. So, not meant to be serious. Wait, oh crap, I forgot what I had him do. Butts should attack one of these guys. Fire all around. Thunder the back one. Attack that one as well, and that should take out at least one of the red souls. Well, at least it doesn't do very much damage. It's more that it just takes forever since they all cast AoE spells. Yeah, I was at an impasse last night and decided to do QLDC rather than CLDC stuff. Maybe next time when I get back next week there'll be some mix. Turns out my script only supports 1 directory at a time, which isn't really ideal for this. But it's something I could do where I can do better than this. I might work on my random script a bit later for that purpose. I'll have some time. Congratulations on your penny acquisition. Roll a strength check to see how well you can push around this Altair wheelchair. Oh. That would be terrible. You push him so well. You recreate something out of, like, Tony Hawk Pro Skater. He's now on the moon. He's just gone. Oh, I think I did that wrong. Yeah, well. But it did look cool while he did it. He, like, popped a wheelie and all that. Wheelchairs are kind of fun, actually. Used to have some lying around in the computer lab and, you know, sit around and wheel yourself around if you kind of felt like it. Good upper body exercise, too. And doing wheelies was a lot of fun. Someone later got a second when we actually did, like, wheelie races up and down the halls because we could. Or we probably should have been doing more useful things with our time, but, you know. After all, computer lab probably should have been working with computers. But it was the way it was. Hopefully that takes care of our moose problem. Guess would they be nieces? This is also true. Also good upper body workout. HP up, really? Huh. Wasn't expecting that. Oh boy, a flooded cave. We're starting to run a bit low on resource. Forgot Asuna was still at the top of the list. There we go. This right-hand roll's been working pretty well for me. We might switch later. Can we switch hitters? Switch maze runners. There we go. Another quick setup. Got nothing out of that. Unsurprising. Now, these guys up front are weak. Throw our heavy hitters at the Murmuro. Try to stop smoking once and for all. Leela finally has decent HP and is very fast. That's true, we finally hit a bit over 1,000 now. And she's insanely fast, which has been nice for being able to, like, take out irritating but not terribly strong critters. What's her multiplier? I haven't been paying attention. 7x hit? Oh yeah, she caught up quick. I think everyone's at 7 right now. Or somewhere between 7 and 8. Let's see. Been a while since I looked. He just hit 8 shortly ago. Still at 7. Still at 7. Just hit 7. Yeah. She is a effective member of the group right now. Ogre Kill. Isn't the Ogre Killer worse than what I currently have? Yeah, these bombs are actually pretty wussy, now that I remember. The red ones we've run into before. At least I'm pretty sure they're wussy. We'll find out in a sec. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh boy, I might be wrong. These things are less wussy than I expected. But that should do it. Nope. Even Ice Element didn't help. Guess it was an ambush, so we got that going for us. Attack that one again. Attack that one. Attack that one. Oh my god, a bomb! There's a bomb in the lasagna! May not understand how much HP these things have. But yeah, they're pretty weak at this point. 20 damage, whoop-de-doo. Alright, let's see what we got compared. So I thought I saw the Ogre Killer earlier. Yeah, I currently have an Ogre Killer. It's just as good as what I have. Disappointing, but not unexpected. What am I gonna get out of my inventory? You know, I got a lot of ethers. 40-ish? That's not terrible. I mean, I'd say they're very expensive still, but, like, I'm rolling in cash now, so it's not really a big deal. Well, at least it wasn't in the room. I still hate this combat. Oh, I can't even get rid of the red one. It doesn't matter what I do this round. I mean, I could cast Fire All to get rid of the... Or I could cast all spells to get rid of the other ones. It doesn't really matter. Preemptive Strike. Okay, this is good. We'll get rid of the front row. Just think of the upgrade that would have been if you didn't have one already. That's true. That is true. I guess that would have been nice if that hadn't already happened. I mean, it didn't, but it would have been nice. Oh wait, I don't want to Thunder All. Oh. Have I forgotten how this works? I forgot how this works. I don't remember what they actually do. Oh, fuck it. Thunder All. It'll explain. I'll figure it out later. At least it's not a Monster in a Box potion. That is true. That is true. I am very happy about that fact. Those are the best. For some values of best. Okay, yellow jellies do not care for lightning. I think that the red ones, they take full damage from thunder. Do some mild science. And that I mean finish this off, because I'm pretty sure yellow's you just kill them by fire. Most hilarious equals best, yes. It's one of those class of bests. Yeah, I guess I probably should have just gone for a non-heavy hitter flame. It probably would have been smart. Oh well. Strength up. Not gonna argue with that. Definitely warping back after this if this is not the right way. Actually, even if it isn't the right way, I probably will warp back after this because I don't want to walk all the way back. Let me phrase this. If it's the right way, and it takes me down another floor, I'm going to go down another floor. And I'll come and look into that side of the map later when I get back. Because it's much easier just to warp out. On the way up, rather than on the way down. And I've already spent an hour trying to go down in this dungeon, more or less. I was about to complain about getting nothing. But an ether is kind of nice. Is there any other crap in my inventory I don't really want? Like, I'd like to sell most of that crap. And I wouldn't be surprised if I get back one of the people who can use one of these items soonish. I just don't really care about the high potion. But I am going to use that ether, like, right now, though, since I already kind of came in with the expectation that I would be okay being down an ether. Yep, right way. At least they don't have bad breath. That's true, at least in this one. Oh, look, I see the Picador down there. Everyone loves Picador. Ambushed. Nothing happened. Escaped. Escaped. That sure was a round. An ambush round. It really doesn't matter what I do. FF8 Malrolls being the biggest assholes since their status effects stack? Oh my. I think that you can get some status effects to stack in earlier Final Fantasies. Like, I want to say Final Fantasy V, Bad Breath can stack a couple. Or 6. I think 6 it stacked a couple. Going down. Alright, well, I see 2 dead ends. Can nix those. Yeah, you really don't want those status effects stacking, though. That is bad juju. What else have I accomplished recently? I don't know, I've just been doing the things. I probably should sit down and do some programming stuff. There's a list of, like, hobbyist things I need to get done, but there's also a list of work things I need to get done. I finally got back reasonable results from the stupid integration I've been trying to do. Turns out that they had been posting it to the wrong webhook, which was causing problems. So now when I get back, is successful false, it means that it did in fact work. Which is really irritating. And it will then hit the webhook later with parameters I can work with. Still not ideal, since they're going to send me a giant XML blob that includes a PDF, but at least they're giving me the fields I actually care about. It's also surprisingly slow. Like, most other companies that do the same sort of thing respond within seconds, but this seems to take about 4 minutes. Might just be their staging environment being slow, though. And they also send me about 4 different webhook requests, none of which are interesting, except like 2 of them that are exactly the same. I really don't know why they do that. It's still something that once I get it done, it'll be better. Okay, attack that one, attack that one, attack that one, attack that one. I'm pretty sure both Layla and Butts get to go before the Red Soul. On the other hand, how that sentence was going to end is, and Himbo doesn't, but I guess it didn't matter. Both Red... So gonna kill those Yellow Souls next. Oh, what's up, nerdy? How you doing? Is this music chiptune? Yeah, I'd say it's a chiptune. It's played on a chip. I mean, I imagine you could make, like, a further genre distinction, but it is, in fact, music that is being played on a chip. So... The NES only really had, like, 4 different channels, like 2 squares, a triangle, and a noise channel, which, you know, the chip was producing. Though, because this is a Famicom, technically speaking, we can get fancier music via some other mechanisms. Namely, it can do kind of the MSU1 thing if it wants, and some games on the Famicom did actually exploit this, but not very many. I did this all wrong. He attacks the top one. She casts Blizzard on that one for the hell of it. He casts Thunder on the bottom one, and she attacks that one. How goes the night? It's going pretty well. Sure, just chilling, figuring out what you're doing tonight? Nice. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Now I've eaten. I'm gonna do this for some number of hours. And then I'm going to do some packing and get ready for a trip tomorrow. So, can I miss you one on the Famicom? Kind of. So the lines are there. So the way... Oh, I'm going this way. So the way MSU1 works on the SNES... Oh, this is the right way entirely. I feel lucky. Because there's only one way to go, now think about it. But these particular fights are terrible. Now, one sec. So, basically, the way it works is the audio from the console is put through the cartridge on the Famicom. The same as with the SNES. What the carts that don't do anything with that audio, like you can do some in-cart mixing stuff. I don't know if any really did it for the Super Nintendo, but usually those lines just go straight back to the regular back to the output, and then that gets sent out to your TV or what have you. And the same is true for the Famicom, but not the NES. So there is a line there for the mono to go out, because it is mono sound. And there's a few games, namely Gimmick, probably the most famous of which, that actually do use the audio mixing capabilities of the mapper that they were using. And so, it could be done on the NES with the Famicom. I don't know if anyone's actually gone and put the work in. So there, I think that goes through. That's fun. Hope the trip goes well. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm gonna go see my brother and some of the little nephews. One of whom wants to go to a Brazilian steakhouse, but use his birthday money to go to a Brazilian steakhouse, but doesn't want to pay for other people to go. And so I said, I'll take him. We'll go Dutch. It'll be fun. Japanese CV32. Cartridge version 2? I don't know what that specific thing stands for. Not nursery rhyme. Dracula's Castle. Yes, Dracula's Castle. Castlevania does that. That is also a one that does that. So if you're playing on a Famicom instead of a Nintendo, you'll get more audio. And also the FDS, the Famicom Disk System, did this too. But what it did instead of, basically it offered a couple more channels for people to play with. So you can go listen to like the Metroid soundtrack, and you'll see that it sounds a little bit different on the FDS as opposed to the Why Am I Fighting Evil Hats? As opposed to the regular Nintendo. So a few things took advantage of it, but not enough. And instead, what Nintendo did when they released the Nintendo, they repurposed those lines for the expansion port on the bottom, and then never actually did anything with the expansion port, as far as I know, or at least as far as Fiskbit knows. Last time I asked him that question, so. Zelda 2 on FDS sounds incredible. Just the title screen. Yeah, the title screen I think is one of those like things that shows that off also great. Like it's not even that much extra audio hardware. It's like a couple extra channels. I was not paying attention to how I allocated, and it doesn't matter. But yeah, you can do some interesting things with the audio hardware on the Famicom. I found the right way. I was hoping I wouldn't find that. Have NES dev folks used it? Yes, I believe so. I remember seeing a design for an NES network peripheral. Something of a like network card for the NES that plugged into the expansion port, I believe. Otherwise, you'd have to ask Fisk, but it wouldn't surprise me if, like, I don't know, someone's found a good use for it. I'm also not really certain they ever got past, like, the design phase for that. Like, they made it, but they never, like, released it to the public. Like, they released the designs, but they didn't actually, like, make a card or a game to go with it. As far as I know. But yeah, even, like, the Miracle Piano didn't use that expansion port. Just weird things. Like, most things that wanted to, like, plug into the Famicom, plugged into the NES, just plugged in, like, straight through either, like, a custom, like, port in the cartridge. Because that's how the, tape playing thing worked. There was some sort of learning English educational tape device that it existed for the Famicom. That was pretty hilarious, honestly. Some really good songs about the deliciousness of chicken. But yeah, most of them just interfaced in a different way, and I wonder if it's just because like an awful lot more Japanese developers, and so if it wasn't they couldn't make the thing work for the Famicom that way, it probably wasn't worth making it work for the NES a different way. So just different interfaces. So glad I remembered to press down after leaving that room. Okay. Ow. Huh? Death Flower. That might be a new one. I understand how scared I should be of these. Let's find out. Well, the ghost missed. And the ghost is dead. Guess I shouldn't have been that scared. Rewards in a room. Yeah, I'm always surprised. I still try it anyway, even though I know I'm not going to get anything good. But you have to try. Strength up. Eye drops. No, thank you. Phoenix down. And I'm out of spots again. I have 4 ethers. May as well use 1. Not the end of the world. Bell silence. Not sure I'm a huge fan of it, but okay. I really should get rid of something else. I want to say the power is stronger than the Werebuster. I'm going to ditch whatever's the weaker of those 2 weapons. Let's see. 69. She's better than my sword. Alright, so yeah, power is better than Werebuster, so let's get rid of the Werebuster. It's unfortunate. But the things we have to do... A gold needle. A friggin' gold needle. Oh well. Why is this room in a forest instead of a cave? I always thought it was more of like a mossy sort of thing going on than it being a forest. Looking into the history of Mega Man Battle Network series, and it was saying that all the games utilize the same ROM, but they replace the sprites in the later game to make space? Is developing a game like that much different from ROM hacking? Utilize the same ROM, but they resize the sprites in later games to save space. I'm not sure what you mean by use the same ROM. Like, they probably use the same engine? And resizing the sprites and messing with stuff is something you can do when you're, you know, in full control of what you're messing with. And I believe the GBA had good support for sprite scaling. That was a thing that didn't necessarily come on most consoles and other computers at a time. At least up until... Yeah, up until like PlayStation Saturn era, it was pretty irritating to do. You have to usually use like an external chip for it. So it's on the wiki, had bad wording. Maybe? I'm just not entirely certain what it means. But, like, that's a thing people did when they were, like, ROM hacking and pirating and stuff. Compressing the data that exists there or trimming off things was pretty common. Bizarrely in both ends of the, like, pirating eras. In the Apple II era, it was very common to, like, cut down on stuff and compress things to make it so it would fit on one disc if you could, in addition to your cracks. And then in, like, the Dreamcast era, because you were actually dealing with resources that people had tools to actually work with, people would often do things like resize or recompress textures and videos and just cut out, or recompress audio even, to reduce the size. It was not uncommon for Dreamcast releases, because the Dreamcast used GDs, which could go up to about 100 or 1.2 gigabytes in size, which was more than a CD burner could burn. Usually, you had to buy a special one that would actually do that, in the format that would work with the Dreamcast. And most people didn't have one, so that's why those releases actually work on CD anyway. The more you know. Carrying too much. Alright, goodbye, extra gold needle. Drain. A monster appeared. Drain. Do I want Drain? I feel like this is a battle where I want to pull out some stops. The Mega Man games do feel like ROM hacks of preceding titles. Say hacks use ASM to tweak stuff instead of building an engine. Yeah, I mean, when you build an engine, you kind of expand upon it every time. That's just how it kind of works. I believe the Mega Man games, they took the code and kept doing stuff to it over time. That would have to ask Fisk. I'm certain Fisk could say, like, oh yes, of course, they took this routine from Mega Man 1, and this routine from Mega Man 3, and Mega Man 6, and etc., etc. Maybe. But... later entries in series suffered from space limitations. They still use the same ROM sizes as early entries, which led to overworld sprites being redrawn to small. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Don't know what a ROM is. So in this case, the ROM, when they say ROM size, they're talking about, like, kind of like how a hard disk has size. The specific ROM chip can only store so much data. Love it when you use nintendesi. Who would benefit from Drain? Like someone who doesn't cast a lot? I don't know, I just need to get it out of my inventory. Alright. I kind of just want to give it to Butts. But I might not get another shot at learning this. But I'm also not... I don't think I'm ever going to use it on Boober. But Boober is the one who could actually take advantage of it. So, sorry, I need to think about the game I'm actually playing. Ditch Silence. No one cares about Silence. Pick up Drain. Why not? Give it a shot. It'd be nice for fighting, like, things that require magic damage but don't require a lot of it. I don't know. Saying they were limited by character space? Yes, that's pretty close to what that means. So basically, when they're using the same ROM size, they are not going to be able to include more stuff. So once they reach a certain limit, they either have to get a larger ROM or find ways to save space. That's it. So say for like say a floppy disk, right? It can only hold 144 megabytes. Or 1.44 megabytes. And after that, it's done. So you either have to ship it on multiple floppy disks, or, which is expensive, or compress your way to victory, or cut things to your way to victory. It's the same basic principle. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the GBA had a number of like common like SKUs. Because Nintendo always insisted upon doing like their cartridge manufacture in-house for licensing reasons. And so they probably have a common SKU and it costs this many cents per cart, or this other SKU would cost this many cents per cart. And so you need to pick which one you're kind of targeting so you can, you know what you're doing. And if they always targeted the same one for economical reasons, then that's how that would work. Something similar happened with Out of This World, or also known as Another World, for the SNES port. The person doing the porting wanted to use fast ROM, and they were told, no, you couldn't, it's too expensive. And so she had to figure out other ways around to achieve the desired graphical goals. Because there's some fancy graphic stuff going on in Another World that isn't common to how games worked in that period. Using, like, solid polygons to draw the entire world and all the sprites and everything. It's a really interesting concept. Really well-designed game in terms of portability. Ambushed. Yeah, I don't think that thing's dangerous enough for me to bother busting out the cursed sword. But yeah, and when something costs that, when you're dealing with manufacturing in the tens of thousands, extra cents for whatever thing you're making, it does add up eventually. And so corners and the like should be cut. You should never have to ship with more ROM than you need for that very reason. It's not uncommon for ROM hacks to be incredibly empty in this day and age. I chose poorly, didn't I? Just because you're not actually paying for the cart space. There's an illusion wall. I haven't been checking for illusion walls. But in the old school, they'd never ship with, a third megabyte mostly empty. Like 3 megabyte ROM SNES carts are already pretty weird, because it means you already had to ship with 2 chips, usually a 2 megabyte and a 1 megabyte ROM chip. Mega Man X does this, bizarrely enough. But other releases definitely do not. Final Fantasy V for the Japanese version is a 2 megabyte one, whereas the translated version is 3 megabytes, which caused me some problems when I was trying to do some hacking stuff way back when. Because the 3 megabyte mapping is somewhat unintuitive, but makes a lot of sense once you squint at it right. Just an illusion wall. You know what? I bet it's over here. So I'm gonna go all the way around the bend and realize I don't want to do that. I was wrong. But yeah, because you're just doing a ROM hack, it's really easy just to expand it. You just change a value in the header, or just make it larger. In the case of the 3 megabyte one, they just kick it up to 4 megabyte in the header and call it a day after you put it up to whatever size you want. Most emulators don't care enough to double check if you've done it exactly correctly. Are ROM hacks at all limited by ROM? Or is it utilizing, or does emulation brute force its way through size issues? Your favorite room in the game, I don't like that. Yes and no. So it depends upon how classic you want to go. So some people really do want to make hacks that work for real hardware, like Fiskbit and other people. And so they will limit themselves to specific designs to make sure that works. There are, like, fictional mappers now. So on the SNES side, there's a mapper called the MSU1, which gives you access to, in addition to the ability to play CD audio, because the idea was sort of like imagining what the CD peripheral for the SNES would have given you in terms of like programming ability and whatnot. And so it gives you access to, CD-ish quality audio by setting like track numbers and positions, and you can set loops and stuff. But it also gives you access to a up to 4 gigabyte flat data file. And you can use that to kind of brute force your way around ROM limitations on the SNES side. But pretty much everywhere else, I don't think that there's too much support for building things that are too big for the NES or SNES, unless like people are just having fun making fantasy mappers. I think someone is actually doing that for a game they're making. I don't know, it was like an RPG of some sort or something. All I know is the group in question was also working on the video compression contest that was done a little while ago. There was, I think the Saturn forums of all places, the Saturn hacking forums of all places hosted this, but basically they gave a bunch of people like 4 or 5 different videos to compress and play in a ROM, and people competed in different on different consoles. And so like, oh, dang it. And so there were submissions for like the N64, the Saturn obviously, PlayStation. What else? There was an NES. There was an NES one. They did. I think all they did was Bad Apple, which has some convenient properties of being black and white, mostly. I don't remember if they did the other ones. What's not to like? I don't know. I don't know yet. I might not like it. I mean, there's a lot of things in boxes. I do like boxes. So I hope that answered your question, even if it did take a meandering path. But it just depends upon what the emulators support. There is some emulator support for like weird things. Like there was a special build of ZSNES back in the day for people who wanted to play Star Ocean on SNES, which had the property of having a special decompression chip on it that Capcom had come up with, I believe. And because of how it worked out, nobody really wanted to support the compression chip or had the skills to figure it out or whatever back in the day, so they just kind of said fuck it and shipped it with a bunch of PNGs and made the emulator deal with it. More or less. That's not the entire story, but more or less a bunch of PNGs. I'm really hoping I don't go all the way around this and discover there's nothing. But of course, people are having a lot of fun with just making, like, weird emulator versions now, too. Like, there's the widescreen SNES stuff in case you want to play your games in widescreen, which requires modifying them to be played in widescreen, which wouldn't work on the normal SNES because you'd need a lot. You have to dedicate more video RAM to various parts, like your name table, things like that. Did not mean to have that. I will discover it. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. There's probably a hidden switch somewhere. On the bright side, I don't think I've lost a lot of intellect or magic power recently. Nope. There we go. Mini! Alright, cool. Here you go, Himbo. You get to learn Mini. For when you need to minify things. Nothing fancy, just an illusory wall. Yep. Illusion wall. Potion! Fuck. I somehow bet that all of these are potions, and I've just wasted a bunch of my time. I did the mother load, there wasn't even a monster in there. Just a potion. I probably should divide these up more sensibly. I think Himbo is still a little bit behind on the damage curve. But at least he's tanky as all fuck. Yep, 30 MP. I'm looking forward to using that in 15 seconds once this battle is over. Let's see if that works. I'd consider using it in battle, but I can't. It's not allowed. Oh, excuse me. It's simply not allowed. It's not cricket. I think that'll do. I misunderestimated how much damage I needed to do with that one. Alright, well that worked. Leela might be doing the most damage at this point. You know, this solves one of my problems of getting rid of the potion. nuts to all that. Yeah, let's free an let's free an inventory slot. Oh, that was nothing. I got like 10 out of that. Potion. I'm noticing a pattern here. Potion. Let me guess. Potion! Ah. What a waste of my time. What an absolute waste of my time. Especially since I had to go around twice. Ooh, purple frogs. You know what? At least I get to fight something different. Get to fight purple frogs. When you playing the first time, you found the illusory wall, told everyone, you know, it'd be hilarious if each item we find in the chest is a potion, 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 and then another potion, not even a status heal, just fucking potions. Die laughing when you find what the chest contained. They knew how to make controls in this game. Was it worth it? Not really. Next time, you know, next time you go down here, I'm gonna try to avoid going down here again. Just something about it just seems so cruel. Best room in the game. For those watching, perhaps. Those playing, man. That was cruel. I did use the last one, right? Cool, I have my one slot that I can use in my inventory. I probably just burn whatever weird item is in the offhand. Playing and you love it. Next time you play, you get to ignore 90% of the chests. Oh, indeed. Oh, indeed. I was really hoping I had the ambush. Oh well. Old Final Fantasy cares very little for the safety of its players. It does indeed. The best is they put the potion room way deep in the dungeon. Yeah, just in case you really need that, what, like 100-ish HP that it'll grant you. Then you're set for the rest of the dungeon. I have another turn of red. I have the red soul because I'm not going to clear out the front row, am I? I'm going to take 2 of them down. I didn't take the right 2 down. Did not strategize this right at all. Alright, I guess it's time to just take down the slimes. Thunder takes out the red ones. Since it doesn't really matter what I do with the red soul back there. Because I can't do shit right now. At least those ice shields are really putting in work. I think someone has a better than ice shield right now, don't they? And of course, this will raise up the red spirit's HP for some reason. Just absorbs everything. You know what? I'm just gonna attack it. It's low enough level, I've got good odds. There we go. First Final Fantasy games were 1 and 2 and 4. On the GBA. You tried 1 and 2 for like an hour each and switched to 4 and just played that. Need to retry 2, now you need the Pixel Remaster. Yeah, I saw someone playing one of the like 3D versions. It actually looked kind of cool. Don't know how the Pixel Remaster stacks up. But as a purist, I kind of like to try playing the original version of some things first. At least some things. Certain eras I'll make different exceptions for, I suppose. Like Shadow Man. I'm very happy I made an exception for Shadow Man. Shadow Man Remastered was just a lot better than the original. You know, having a stable frame rate, having a draw distance that was greater than the average potato, that kind of thing. I should use Himbo for this instead of Butts. I guess it worked out. Pixel Remasters have the OG soundtracks. Oh, that's also nice. Is it worth it? doesn't know anything other than thunder. Yeah, let's just kill that. I don't think it matters too much what I do with the puddings, because, like, they just don't really attack. They're just kind of there. FF2 had some sort of bug where an enemy had a chance of inflicting a status effect when the physical was set to 100% in the PR version. Oh my. That's not good. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad depending upon what status effect it is. Like, if it's poison or venom, it's not the end of the world. If it was something like Petrify, though, that would be very annoying. Or Silence. Or Curse. Because Curse persists, as we discovered. We haven't seen our doppelganger in a while. Wonder whatever happened to him. Let's have all our heavy hitters take out the Marlboro in the back. Enemies like Antlion and Norvos could stun-lock your party to death, and Cockatrices were fucking demons. Oh, you mean... Oh, every enemy! Oh, I missed that word. That's an important word to not miss. I would assume they fixed that at some point. Like, they did release, like, patches and stuff. But yeah, if it's every enemy, that's terrifying. Sure, we'll take the high potion for now. That is, for now. I could see that. I was already pretty worried about Cockatrices. Interesting. This is not what I expected when I came in this room. So anyway, I'm about to throw away a useless spell. Goodbye, Aura. Everyone has a copy of Aura. She doesn't need a copy of Aura. Hello, Osmos. Let me move that up in the ranking really quick, because boy am I going to be using that thing. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, life should go before swap. Oh, hey, yeah, it's going well. How you doing? God, I never pronounced your name right. Espina. It's going well. I just got Osmos. I'm very excited about this fact. Crystal Rod. Oh, that's what I came here for! I completely forgot about that. Also, another fucking item for my inventory. Alright, we're gonna warp out of here, so goodbye, Gold Needle. Completely forgot that's what I was down here for. And another copy of Drain. Okay, so it wasn't a one-time only thing. I guess Butts gets a copy of Drain, because why not? Okay, cool. Now, we warp. Probably shouldn't have done it for that one door, but I stand by my actions. Yep, I'm doing it even for this door. This one door. I'm not gonna do it for the next door, that's silly. Name's Louis. Louis or Louis? Call you that? Everyone always gets it confused. Yeah, it's not an easy name to pronounce. Not something I can figure out easily just by looking at the letters and sounding it out. I assume Louis. Or Luis, maybe? Knew a Luis. It's a professor I worked with as a TA for a while. From Brazil. Very excited about everything. Especially because he was teaching a fun class. We were, like, drafted to make sure that he had the easiest time since it was his first, like, quarter teaching at the university. Teaching one of the more difficult undergrad one. The second one is correct. Oh, wait. I'm not walking at him. That's dumb. I think the second one was Lewis. This is one of those cases where I definitely cannot remember what I said. So telling me the second one is almost meaningless. I apologize. Pixel Remaster got a patch that fixed the issue in August 2022. PR was released July 2021. And the patch notes don't even list the bug fix. Oh, Square. Just oh, Square. Yeah, I was gonna look for some stuff in one of these rooms on the way up, but I think I'm done with this area. I'm just kind of done. Also, I'd like to try out some of our new fancy spells, but, like, I'm certain doing this kind of thing with the, undead is probably just a bad idea. But let's find out if swap works. Luis. Okay. I can work with that. Thank you. Louise. Did it swap or did not swap? Keep hoping swap will work, but it never does. Yes, I'm definitely going to try to remember that. Oh. But yeah, it's going well. We just got the Crystal Rod. That was the entire reason we were in that dungeon, and it only took an hour and a half. For Final Fantasy 1, or for Final Fantasy 2, that's not bad. That's really not bad. Alright, one more try on swap. I doubt it's going to matter. But at least we level it up a little more. I still feel like swap will be the way for me to get massive amounts of MP quickly. Like, get into fight, swap, get out of fight. Probably should, like, also see how Osmose works for me when I'm fighting something that's not undead. It isn't singular and won't run away immediately, but it never hurts to try. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, but Square has not, like, done the best with its re-releases post, like, DS. Like, I remember the Chrono Trigger release on Steam was a bit of a clusterfuck. Whereas the DS version was okay. Like, I don't have anything to complain about on the DS version. The extra bonus content isn't great, but it's not bad. Like, I wouldn't play through it again, except maybe the, like, extra final boss fight you can use to get a different ending. But, like, it was just a decent port. Whereas, like, the Steam one just seemed a lot worse. I don't know why they're trying to do, like, AI upscaling or redrawing the sprites when just, like, it doesn't look better than just giving it a standard, like... not even nearest neighbor, just, like, upscale direct... Just make the pixels chunkier. It's not perfect, but it still does better than whatever they've been trying. And of course, there's those people who try to make fancier upscalers, but don't use Waifu 2X on pixel art, that's just silly. Yeah, maybe it took me 3 casts to actually take those down in the past. Oh well, they're dead now. No Persona 3 Portable got re-released on Steam, and man, that just looked disastrous. Wasn't Persona... I guess Persona 3 was probably for, like, PSP, or was it for Vita? I'm not really sure my timeline there. Axe up, I'll take it. I'm walking back to Mysidia for 2 reasons. 1, I forgot what I'm supposed to do with the Crystal Rod afterwards, and I'm hoping it'll tell me. And 2, I just want to stay at an inn. I also want to sell a bunch of crap in my inventory that I don't need, that I didn't realize I still had. Gonna be playing more of the series soon. Already is at the deadline, but if not, you might submit for C3. The series being Final Fantasy, or the series being CLDC? Because I haven't done any chocolate level design contest levels outside of the ones I did. I did a testing stream like a week or 2 ago. It was probably a week ago, yeah. That sounds right. But yeah, not a bad idea to submit for C3. The next C3 is still a little bit away. We just did Winter 1. I guess, I know, usually like July, August, right? That's not too far away. Yeah, I haven't started on CLDC yet. I've still been finishing up QLDC. I'm like 20-ish entries away from being done with that. And you never know with QLDC levels how long I'm going to take. Whereas the CLDC ones seem to be going pretty quick. My understanding is like, I think like both Jupi and Java are done already. We're pretty close to being done playing all the entries. I don't know why I am using fire repeatedly. I don't think it works on these things. Because I'm just trying to burn through MP. was gonna try out Osmose, but I kind of spaced on it. The textures and backdrops were resized with Waifu 2X, and considering it went for a visual novel approach to save space for the PSP, it looked like soup. Oh, you. Yeah, that's not good. Like, Waifu 2X works pretty well in some cases, but I would not want to use it on something that, yeah. It's kind of a shame, you think about it, because, like, Persona, you think they would have kept it. It was late enough in, like, the development time, or, like, Persona 3, maybe, where people started to actually keep the resources around after releasing the game, as opposed to just deleting them all. Like, that's one of the big shames about, like, Final Fantasy. Oh, that's terrible. And that's a 3D resource. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's, no, that's awful. That is truly awful. Yeah, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. Alright, let's try out Osmose. See what happens. Because I'm not too worried about what these guys do anyway. Really stressed out about working on your online class? Yeah, it's fine. You got plenty of time if you want to submit for C3. Like, really, do not worry about it. Summer-ish time is coming up. That's not bad. I just got a lot of MP out of that. That is definitely going to help with living off the land. I can run into a monster I'm not that worried about killing me. Like, actually have my other characters smack each other in the face, and I'd probably still come out ahead even afterwards. Because if I go up a high enough delta of MP, I'm getting, what, like 20 per cast? Yeah, like 20 per cast. That is worth it. This will make dungeons a lot easier. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of online class is it? For a very long time, because I've taken an online class. I did an online C++ class once, but I wasn't very good at it. I had bad habits left over from my Visual Basic days. Like using pause instead of actually, you know, or using system pause, which was terrible. I like to think I've gotten better at programming since then, but occasionally I still do silly things like that. Like the way I tend to exit Python programs. I just tend to write 1/0 instead of actually calling exit properly or throwing proper exceptions. Just print it, 1/0, I'm done. Very much a fuck this shit, I'm out approach. Still silly. Yeah, I think the final for that was writing like a tic-tac-toe program. Tic-tac-toe is not a hard problem to solve. Either making it fun, I mean, as much fun as tic-tac-toe can be, or always winning as well as the computer can win. It's a pretty small look-ahead problem. Easy if you use recursion, but you could still do it with iterative loops if you were really not good at programming to start with. Or at least haven't learned how to do recursive stuff yet. The inductive step is the tricky bit. There we go. Okay, let's go sell some crap. And then we'll move on to the next area. So I want to get rid of, clearly, this. The Ogre Killer. Done with that. The Crystal Rod. Death Idol? Sure. Goodbye, Death Idol. The Bell Silence? Goodbye, Bell Silence. Powers... Okay. I kind of like having the Flame Bow as an option in case I want to do fire damage. I don't know. I'm kind of ambivalent. I think I'm okay with everything else in my inventory right now, but still. Considering the Persona 3 Portable Remake was released on a 1040p screen, blowing up to a big 4K living room thing makes the drawbacks of the portable version really obvious. Like stiffer animations and lower sound quality, yeah. I mean, the sound quality definitely would be obvious, even if you had good headphones or whatnot. But yeah, the visual quality definitely would suffer. Alright, so what was the thing I needed in here? Ask about... the White Mask, Ultimatone, Pandemonium, found sealed it within a tower, Something told me what to do with the crystal rod, and I have completely forgotten. What do I want to do now? I have the crystal rod. What do I do with it? Items? Maybe I can ask it about the crystal rod explicitly. Crystal rod was never an item to ask about. Also forgotten what this was. But I have the crystal rod now. What do I want to do with it? Yeah, they're still in my inventory. I would love a version of this game where I didn't have half my inventory taken up by useless key items. I'm thinking. Hi, Billy Mays here with Zorbreeze, the most absorbent material I've ever used. Oh man. How you doing, Fedora? Who needs magic up? Oh, no, not in Suna. Okay, yeah, Himbo has the most HP missing. That's the secret word used to open the passage. Thank you. I was completely blanking on what the hell that was. Alright, Himbo needs to do some curing. Has the strength of the muscle to pick up and hold over 20 ounces of coffee of liquid. Look at this! Zorbreeze attracts liquid like a magnet. It doesn't matter if it's coffee, soda, or even red wine. Watch how this powerful vacuum action pulls and cleans the stain right out of the carpet. Just that quick. Oh, Billy Mays. Man had a gift for selling weird products on TV. In the way that Mike Rowe really didn't. If you ever saw him on QVC, he was not terribly enthused about the products he was selling. I would recommend looking up Cat Sack, because it's actually pretty funny. Just a friggin' bag you'd sell for cats to sit in. But the thing about it is you could just get a bag from a grocery store and the cat will sit in that just fine if it's gonna sit in a bag. So. Missed the 2000s, yeah. I think we've merited saving over the first save file now. Here's the fucking question, where do I go now? Look at my map. There's more to this continent. A lot more to this continent. To the north and to the south. I could try to go to the crystal thing. I have the crystal rod, but what did I want the crystal rod for? Getting scammed with ShamWow. Was it a scam? I thought it worked for what it was. Like, it wasn't something terribly interesting, but I think it... Didn't it work? I thought it was literally just like a rag. There was an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force with a kind of similar guy who kept selling products as the show was going on. Kept going, scam wow! Was selling, like, roto shoes, the shoes you use to mow your lawn while you walk. And a Pest E-sock. It's a sock filled with poison. All sorts of useful products. Okay, so... Oh, your mom got scammed again. Answer what to do with the crystal rod or just wander around. I'm gonna wander around a little bit. I wanted to try using swap, and I had a theory that if I went and tried it on lower level enemies, it might work out better. And the easiest way to get to lower level enemies is to take advantage of this convenient pond and head back to the north. So I think this connects up. Miss Blockbuster, 2000s cartoons, general sense of humor. Old school YouTube, yeah. I miss when YouTube, like, had things that would actually go viral. Like, nowadays, Chocolate Rain would never actually show up in anyone's feeds. But back then, they used a different algorithm thing, and Part of it is because they've actually, like, toned down virality significantly. Because they want you to pay for it, as opposed to just, you know, have it. It kind of defeats the purpose of YouTube for a lot of smaller creators. Unless you're paying, of course. Which sucks. But yeah, Blockbuster is just a lot better than going and looking on Netflix. For at least a few different reasons. One being, like, there's a time limit. You ain't staying in Blockbuster for 2 hours to figure out what the fuck you're gonna watch. You gotta get a movie and get out within, like, 20 minutes or else you just won't. None of this aimlessly looking on Netflix until you find something, and then watch, like, 10 minutes of it, and then wander off. Shamwow, which is regular rags and didn't really absorb any liquid like it did on TV. Oh, that's lame. I'm actually surprised. I thought that it would at least be an adequate rag. But yeah, that's lame. My understanding is OxyClean was actually pretty decent. ShamWow site is still up. I mean, they're probably still playing those ads late at night on some channels. Like, infomercials never seem to go away. Like, once they've filmed it, there's no reason to film another one. After all, it's even though it's in 3.4 and looks like it was filmed on a VHS camera, it's probably still fine. Don't see a lot of video game rentals? No. Not anymore. Well, especially because, like, the model for that's completely changed. You can buy it online now, and so no need to have rental stores. Though my understanding is, was it Game Jolt or something? Sort of the Netflix of game rentals is still doing okay. Like, it still exists and is actually still pulling in numbers of people who just want to rent a disc for a certain amount of time and then send it back. Probably doesn't help that Redbox ate a lot of that, too. I think you can rent games on through Redbox sometimes. Gamefly, thank you. Game Jolt, I think, is like an indie game platform. Kind of like itch.io. There we go. I just need to get to the river. Just gonna go ask our royalty what I might need to do. Stun 16. They know their stuff. Out of curiosity, will this work? So if I osmose from an undead character, will it cause my MP to go out the other... Holy shit, that thing hits like a truck. To cause my MP to go down. Yup, it did. Oh, this is excellent. I'm gonna wallop Himbo for a second. I found another way to raise my MP up. Of course, the ghost attacks Himbo. We can't really do this for all that long, though, but losing 40 MP in 2 casts is totally worth it. Look at that. That's half my MP. This is brilliant. And of course, Himbo will level up, too. That's nice. But we can take out the ghost. Yeah, alright. That's perfect. Magic power, stamina, MP, HP. Oh, that's brilliant. That's just what I needed. Or being excited about going to Blockbuster to rent the game you wanted to play, then Mom would buy it after like 8 weeks of consecutive renting. After the amount of money you've spent on this is now equal to the amount of it would have cost to buy the game. Looking through Netflix or Pirate Bay is more convenient, but looking through Blockbuster at 8 p.m. to try to find a crappy horror movie to watch is infinitely more fun. Yeah, the pressure of like actually having to finish, like going and actually picking something makes a huge difference. The fact that there's a limited selection makes a huge difference. Just like the experience is not the same remotely. I remember being so excited to actually go to real Blockbuster because when I was a kid, we would go to the drugstore to rent videos instead because it was marginally cheaper. But Harco Drug had a much worse selection of movies and video games. And of course, they kept everything back in the behind the counter because of course it was a much cheaper place, whereas Blockbuster had the cases and everything. Blockbuster also used to keep the movies in like a drawer at some point, but maybe that was later. Surprised that I have not finished healing. Got the Neckbeard Cashier new movies about everything? Yup. Because there wasn't a whole lot of like stuff for Neckbeard movie guys to do in that day and age. It's like work at a movie store or work at a comic or gaming store. Alright, cool. So let's go talk to Royalty, and then let's try casting Swap on really weak enemies, or find some weak undead so I can keep casting Osmose over and over. Still talking about Minwoo. I guess also like writing for certain publications. Reminds me of like when Spoonie used to write for Knights of the Dinner Table. The Emperor's been laying low, but he's planning something. Find the Ultimate Tome as soon as possible. A Crystal Rod! You can now enter the Mysidian Tower. That's useful! You know nothing about Mysidia Tower. So now I have to go find the Mysidian Tower. My theory was it was the tower in the middle of the ocean. But I think Desi tried to dissuade me from doing that. It's very likely that it's closer to Mysidia, as the crow flies, than where I currently am. Alright, let's go back all the way to the beginning. Because that's where the weakest enemies have to be. And see if we can pull this off. One good swap will net me so much. It's close. It's close to... Alright, yeah, I can just cure to waste turns. Okay. Swap! Tower in the middle of the ocean, you mean the Tower of the Gods, the dungeon which you have to raise lower water levels? Rah! Fight a giant face. Close to Mysidia, Fynn, and the Mysidian Cave. Okay. Yeah, then I probably should have heeded your advice earlier not to walk back here, but I really wanted to try swap on weaker enemies. Yes! Yes! Look at it! It's glorious! 0 MP! 0 HP! Now I also know the goblins have exactly 6 HP. I somehow guessed they had like 8. What a silly way. In fact, it's a terrible way to do this because he don't have enough MP to cast Swap again. Stamina up MP HP. Yep. Beautiful. I'm getting me some MP. This was not a wasted trip. I'm gonna assume that's a reference to one of the Zelda games. Like, the water dungeon is one of those, like, infamous dungeons, and I want to say, like, one of the N64 ones. Sap instead of Swap. Yeah, that might have been. I don't think I have Swap. I don't think I have Sap. Nor do I think I've seen it. But it's working for me. Wind Waker? Okay, I was close. Yeah, I could chain cast, but I care more about raising MP than I do about HP. I probably shouldn't even care. Wind Waker. Okay. I do not get my 3D Zeldas straight. Having never played a 3D Zelda. Maybe one day I'll actually resolve to fix that, but not today. We should get rid of... much fun as that would be. As much fun as it would be to add another lengthy game to my list, I think I have to decline. I've got to work the list down and rework how the system is going to work, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to continue having one of these open. Have not made sufficient use of the redemptions. I mean, I think you have made sufficient use of them. Someone started working on the porting. Yeah, I remember seeing that. It was... Oh, cool, we got it. Yeah, it was dependent upon getting the licensing working, but that's been taken care of. Not taken care of completely correctly, but taken care of enough that it'll work out. So, and Pidge is apparently done with all of her, like, data structure refactoring as of, like, today. And so she's getting down to doing another set of the refactoring, which gives me hope that we'll get to version 9 sooner than later. At which point, like, the archipelago thing will be a lot better to integrate, but some people will probably still do it then. So worth. Why do I keep going the wrong way? In fact, you know what? I make an exception for doing silly grindy things. I'm just gonna pay the bill. I don't care. I don't need to raise Cure up right now. I just want to raise my MP up to a reasonable standard. Oh yeah, I also found a fun way to raise MP up earlier, Desi, by osmosing undead enemies. That's probably a more effective way, but I like that this works too. And this way I can also, like, raise up other stuff at the same time while other people are doing other things. Just need to make sure I don't accidentally have someone attack Boober. Osmosed undead like crazy with everyone? Huh. Well, maybe once I get another... access to another Osmos, I'll probably take that up. Because that'd be a good way to do this, then I wouldn't have to burn turns, like, attacking myself. And rather, I could just use the swaps. Because, yeah, Layla's gonna take some damage here, and that's gonna be a problem in a sec. Everyone's gonna have to go back to hitting Himbo if I don't get swapped off. I guess these things are just a little more dangerous. Yeah, let's try again with a... Let's just try again, period. If it doesn't work this time, I'll attack these guys and head out. Also Himbo. Swap is probably more efficient. If you knew what it did, you would put swap on everyone as soon as you found the shop in Mysidia. Yeah. Well, I mean, I tried it once on just to see what it did with the guest character, and that definitely enthused me towards what I'm doing now. Alright, one more try. We'll try doing it on Butts this time. Have him attack that one and her attack that one, and maybe we'll be able to pull this off this turn. Minwoo, thank you. His name was even mentioned like a minute ago. Come on, swap. Not effective. Ah, man, I don't know why it doesn't work so well. Well, whatever. Everyone else is going to get benefit out of this battle, but I'm not. Don't you dare pretend like you didn't remember his name. I mean, it was the same. I mean, I liked the guy. One, I'm bad at names. And two, I just spaced. Alright. Yeah, but Minwoo was awesome. I hope to see him again. You know, one day. Assuming he's not dead already. Swap's accuracy is Garbo. That doesn't surprise me. The few times I've used it with Minwoo, it worked really well. And so it's kind of setting me up to think, oh, it should work that way. But clearly it does not. So I need to fight a Goblin or something. Goblins seem to be the right way of it. Also, maybe go to a town that is a slightly closer and easier to find in. Let's practice fleeing! Everyone else is gonna get benefit out of this battle except for me. I see you feel most relatable to Boober of the bunch. You're not wrong, Desi. You're not wrong. You are so not wrong. Alright, there we go. Goblins. Hopefully, it works a bit better. Womp. Would help if Boover was just a little bit faster, then I could see if it resolved or not. There we go. Apparently goblins do not have high spell defense or whatever they need to effectively avoid this nonsense that we're doing. But this is definitely working for me. Just look at all those things that go up. And up. I was curious about her statuses. Her status. Stamina, agility is okay. Intellect is not great. Her strength is exceeding her intellect right now, which is annoying. Empower is now up to 21. 286 is a nice number. Yeah, this is the place to grind this, because goblins will be plentiful. The inn will still cost me about a K each, but I don't care. Boober's HP and MP are ridiculous. They're ludicrous. Yep. I mean, I guess I don't even need to do this now that I've gotten access to Osmos, since that was, like, my limiting factor. But she is going to become absurd very quickly. I'll probably take her up to about 300 something and change with MP, and then call it. Because I don't really need that much. I just like the ability to have that much. I'm also still amused that this works. Mostly. And it's still a better way to train MP than anything else I've found so far, except maybe the Osmos thing. Because, like, raising MP just sucks. You have to burn through so much to get a coin flip. And this works. This is guaranteed if I hit. I will get HP up, I will get MP up, I will get other adjacent stats up if I'm lucky. Yeah, I guess really I should probably just wash these fights until I get goblins. Drain works on undead, abuse the hell out of that. That does not surprise me. The drain working. I'm using that too. I feel like I'm doing enough damage to generally get HP up on people, so I'm not too worried about that. But so much more effective. I mean, it's effective... yeah. So here's the thing that's kind of bad about it, is I have to go to the end every single time, and the hit rate, as Evil Ghost said, is garbage. So that's kind of the problem. Not to mention I need a very specific fight for it. Let's practice fleeing. But yeah, getting an actual MP up per good fight, I think, is worth it. I just need goblins. And leveling Flea also doesn't hurt, so... there we go, we got our goblins. Attack yourself. Swap with Goblin. If I get like 2 more Goblin fights, then I'm going to go and try to continue moving the actual plot forward. Figuring out what we're supposed to do. Oh. Alright, so maybe that doesn't necessarily always hit goblins. I've just gotten lucky with goblins. Still gonna go with it for the time being. Yeah, hit him. Won't be able to hit him again. Come on, work. Dang it. Cure him. Guess I probably should have cured her. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We probably won't kill Butts outright. We might kill Butts outright. We just killed Butts outright. That was pointless. The more you level it up, the more effective it is. That is true. And it is going up. For instance, so is life. Also, I'm just going to move it while doing this because it's a spell I need more often. Like, I could have gone to the statue. I'm okay with this. One of the irritating things about this game is the spell leveling. I still think having to level Esuna is pretty dumb. Alright, well, Butts can still attack himself. This is not a complete... Oh, right. This is not a complete loss. It could have been bad, but I think it'll turn out okay. Yeah, ideally what I'd start doing is casting Swap with some of my compatriots. Oh, he can't even hit himself. I'm in the back row. I can't hit myself. That makes sense. This game is so silly. Come on, Swap, just work. There we go. Oh yeah, that's not going to be effective. So silly. So very silly. We truly accomplished something here. Right? That's so annoying. So utterly annoying. Okay. So let's see what our MP is up to. 307. Alright, I'm gonna take it up one more notch, and then I'm gonna call it. With these stats, let's see I'm ready for the rest of the game. Oh my. I just wanted MP. MP is hard to come by. Yeah. On the bright side, I guess if that means I don't have to do much more grinding, I'm pretty happy with that. Because I've spent a non-trivial amount of time every single one of these grinding out something. And Osmos, yeah, I guess I'm still kind of... I'm so happy that Swap worked once that I kind of forgot about Osmos. But yeah, Osmos grind also would help. Will help in terms of just defraying. And also, like, Ethers are kind of irrelevant now if I have Osmos. Unless a critter actually, like, just eats all of my MP. I need some seed value to get started. But... dang it. Like I said, one more time. If we can make it work. I guess also, like, hitting Boober isn't that bad, because everyone's faster than Boober. Osmos never misses. Well, that's nice. Yeah, that might make fighting Undead and Osmosing from Undead more effective. Or would have been more effective around here, around this point in time. Just because you would have been... burning 40 per cast. 2 of those go to the next fight. 2 of those go to the next fight. You probably would be leveling a little bit faster. But either way, I think it's fine. Like, I'm happy with what I got now. We got 320 some odd MP. Everyone's gotten a bunch of HP up now. We'll go here, rest up, and then we'll move forward with the game. After... do I really want to? I don't think I really want to level Cure right now. It's been grindy enough. Just for a bit. Also, before I forget, you don't need Swap nearly as much now. You can go back to where it was. In a convenient location, but not the most convenient of locations. Oh, you would have, yeah. It's more that, like, I've just spent the last, I don't know how long, grinding things. Taking a break, going back to the actual plot. Actually fleeing. Gotta raise my chicken knife stats. Have I ever mentioned how much I love the canoe? It's not the most efficient way to travel in this game, but it's really nice to not run into encounters for a small amount of time. Always a bummer when you run out of canoe space. Vamp Girl. Oh no. Not enough charm on these Vamp Girls. Goodbye, Mantis. Would not have passed up those goblins, they would have tested you. You would have failed. 91 damage. Mantises are tough buggers. Alright. Vamp Girl and the giant killer praying mantises. You know what? I'd watch it. Vamp Girl and the giant killer praying mantises. I would totally watch that movie. It just makes sense. You know, that'd be a great, like, B movie. You know, probably not quite at the level of Jason versus Freddy, but, you know, I'd watch it. Quick, does this go down where I want it to go? No, that's an annoying peninsula. Like their angry cartoon eyes. Yep, Zoark. I was talking to someone about Space Ghost the other day. I think it was more in the interest of... You know what's weird? How Cartoon Network just kind of let people get away with whatever the hell they were doing. Back then. The map is surprisingly helpful. That's true. Giant Mantis would easily topple a car? Oh, I bet it would. Just realized next time I run into a fight like this, I should cast Osmos once on the off chance that it raises my MP. Because it's just not a bad way to go. Yeah, I like the map a lot. No, I like the fact that it exists. The implementation of the map leaves something to be desired. But its existence is very handy. Just being able to see where you currently are and what's around. Ever see Boo Boo Runs Wild? I don't believe so. I'm gonna assume that has something to do with the character from... Wait, no. Oh yeah, Boo Boo is Yogi's. Yogi's little brother or whatever. Yogi's son. Hey Boo Boo, let's go get some picnic baskets, etc. I don't think the ranger would like that, Yogi. Stuff of nightmares? What? I'm curious now. After I set up this next set of attacks, I'm gonna look that up. Parody? Oh my! Made by the Ren Snippy show. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That part does not surprise me. Looking at the art really quick. Watched the Cartoon Network as a kid. Made by the Ren Stimpy guy, yep. He seems like the right guy to call, at least back then, if you wanted to make some sort of, like, creepy cartoon parody, over-the-top, gross thing. For some reason. That was a weird part of the 90s aesthetic, was sort of just, like, the grossness of kids' cartoons. Get all those, like, Nickelodeon shows like Real Monsters and Ren and Snippy and other things that just had a really gross-out aesthetic. Not to mention the proliferation of slime, which I believe was, like, applesauce and something else mixed together. Sure, this is always so wholesome, freaked you out to see it twisted like that. Ren and Stimpy you were fine with. It was supposed to be gross, yeah. I can see that. I could totally see that. Especially for, like, kids to be able to get confused. That was, like, Cartoon Network's deal, is they really liked remixing that stuff. They had access to all the characters. Like, all of the weird little bumpers they'd do. With, like, there was one, like, Fred Flintstone was competing with someone else, like He-Man, for a parking spot. And then, like, I don't know, the Jetson mobile just, like, crashes right into it. I forget exactly how it worked. But they really liked just messing around since they had the properties, and apparently had people around to do animation. Or at least steal animation from the other shows. Alright, cool. We made it back to Mysidia. Not much of a reason to stay at the inn, but we're still going to do it anyway. And then we got to find the tower, which is somewhere near Mysidia. Want to be creeped out? Watch Bobo Runs Wild later. They really let people write anything? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to I might pull that up later. I've got some time where I could watch something peripherally. Okay. Past the tower on... Oh, it is that tower! Damn it! Where did I leave my ship is the real big question. Emperor's Wild Animation. Okay, for my world-conquering army, I want to need soldiers and mages, obviously. Killer giants as well. We need flying manta rays, bombs, snake ladies, angry fish, and giant praying mantises. That'd be wizard. Yep. I mean, it kind of works out, you know. I have to assume some of these are just, like, critters that are in the woods. Like, nothing that's actually here for the actual sake of assaulting, like, being part of the Empire, just like, eh. You're just here. And stalactites. Yes, stalactites are still the weirdest one. Oh, boy. Where would I have left my boat? Look at the map. I would have left it... Yeah, I came boat-wise from the north, so I think it's on the north shore somewhere here. But I have no idea where I left... Oh, there it is. There's my boat. Thank fuck for that. The monsters, I think, know that I'm a little too powerful for them now. Let's see if they decide to make it difficult to flee. Remember the Chocobo? Yeah, I do. That was fun. I liked how there was a reward in Final Fantasy III for circumnavigating the world with a Chocobo. Like, that was just pleasant. Okay, I think I know where I am, roughly, on the seas to be able to pull this off. Yeah, killer fish take no effort to kill. We're just gonna gank them quick. We need goblins and giant hornets, though, just in case any young rebels need to get really strong so I can efficiently power creep them through their journey. It's like the Dr. Wily does it himself video. It's like, you're making it too hard for the kids! What kids? You know that power-up he gets? You know how he gets a life? Dang it, I forget how that actually went. You know how when he defeats a boss, he gets the weapon? What if that didn't happen? So he gets the weapon before he defeats the boss? No, he never gets the weapon! Gonna do it myself. Unpleasantly difficult. Literally impossible. It's truly an excellent video. My favorite line in there is quite literally like, just go kill Mega Man. Where? His house? I don't care. Ice blocks in the magnet level? No, just doesn't work. Okay, so I think if I remember my map correctly, which isn't likely. I thought the switchbacks were over here. You know, I think I'm strong enough to actually just thunder these out. Let's see. I might be surprised that I'm wrong, though. Yeah, that looks like it's gonna work. On the fish, at least. Glitchless route can be done with this game in a reasonable time now that you see what swap does. Yeah? I mean, it's exceedingly powerful, and you could... Yeah, you could get it pretty early, couldn't you? Once you get the canoe, you could get down there to Mysidia, grab swap, get back to safety, start swap raising your skills. You could you could do that. Because I'm willing to bet even the glitch full route probably goes to Mysidia fairly quickly, too. There's no real reason not to. Like, getting better equipment early probably also helps. Okay, I just need to go west from here. Wouldn't want to learn the run in Japanese. Yeah, I know some people, like, I know that the Mario RPG people just have to, like, learn a few of the phrases by sight, as opposed to actually going and learning Japanese in its entirety. And I definitely did that with Final Fantasy V. Like, I don't really even... I'm still at full health, right? Yeah, everyone's still at full health. I don't need to go to the inn. Bad habits. Lich Cat just finished playing the hack. Quite liked it, and nothing broke, so he's gonna prove it. Oh, nice! Oh, dang. I'm sad that I missed out. I saw he was playing a shell hack. What? Oh, I should have saved a moment ago, shouldn't I? Oh, I really should have saved a moment ago. Well, congratulations, Faro. Wish I'd seen it. Maybe I'll have to check out his VOD. Where are we? Where's Leela? Oh. Damn it. She had good gear on her, too. Apparently this stuff hurts, to the tune of 1 HP per move. I don't care. In fact, it's mostly the fact that it's irritating and flashing the screen that's annoying. Might be more dungeons before the tower. You know, I think I misunderstood your clue. It's 3/4 the game and there's finally damage tiles. Unfortunately, there's no geomancers around to help me. Anyway, it makes me happy that it got accepted, Maro. I guess I should have thought of this too. The other thing that I could have said about was talking about the bust of Nuke Nukem, because I don't know if that ever got in the game. Like to see the flashing patched out. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, I really should learn how to do SNES or NES hacking faster and better. Because I imagine it's not that hard once you have, like, saves and save states to pull around and look. Because, like, there's clearly just something where they're changing the colors around a bit. Or maybe color emphasis bits. What a twist! Something to make the screen do that for, like, every other frame for just a bit. Yeah, that's nicer. What's Himbo got? Giant, how does it compare? Slightly better. I don't know if the giant stuff actually, like, has an upgrade property. Like, if it has, like, a strength up thing or not, because the game doesn't tell you that kind of thing. Love the twist. Love the sea snake sprites in the Pixel Remaster, because while in the PSP versions they gave them sprites to be on land, Pixel Remaster redraws the enemy to resemble an sprite, so literally swimming through the floorboards. I like that. Twist headband. Love the twist helmet. Yeah. That's kind of what I was assuming too, since that was a Final Fantasy staple in later games. Removed the portrait rooms, honestly, because you didn't want to be bothered and wanted to hack out the door. Ah, that's fair. That is absolutely fair. It's a shame I took all of the 5 minutes to photograph the bust of Duke Nukem. Eh. Had a proper portrait of the bust someday? Alright. Good to know. Twist helmet's funnier? Yeah, I suppose. I probably should be casting Thunder here since, like, I don't have to care so much about MP anymore. Yeah, I remember taking some time and trying to, like, make sure there were no shadows, and I busted out my best photography tool to make sure it had a white background. Which is to say, I took out the Xbox 360 box that I had lying around since it was a white background. Put up some, like, white paper in other spots. I put some effort into that. Not a lot of effort, but some. Power armor. I think Himbo's got to get the power armor. That's less good. That has to have some sort of, like, meaningful effect given how late we get this in the game. Like, she doesn't get hit off. Oh, it's better than Knights. Alright. That works for me. Love the name of this dungeon. Plot references it later. Am I, like, inside of a monster? Like, that's my guess right now, is we're doing the Jonah thing. But, anyway. I had my fun with that. Really, in retrospect, I just shouldn't have really pre-ordered Duke Nukem Forever. Even though it was quite clear at the point where I pre-ordered it that it was actually going to come out. Explain armor quirks later, or should wait until the game's over? I think I'm fine right now. I have to assume that some armor has some effects that are useful. Like, I've clearly noticed that there's elemental affinities for some things. Clearly, the ice shield makes fire less effective. That's pretty obvious at this point. What other armors and stuff do is a little less obvious. Oh, tsunami. Huh. That's not getting it all fast. Yeah. It's Desi's request, so I'm happy to wait and find out later. In general, I'm happy to acquiesce to the requestee when these things happen. Like Max wanted the like rendering thing turned down for the new Super Mario Bros, and I was fine with that too. Kind of wonder if I should just like attack the one in the back with thunder. Is thunder even effective? Like I haven't been paying attention. Been thinking about Duke Nukem Forever. Fast spell at least, yeah. I appreciate it has very little in the way of animation. I kind of assumed it was Earthquake first, but yeah, I probably should just be doing that. Oh. Ah! How odd. What an email. That's never happened before. I got an email about voting. Not, you know, like a normal election, but like I own some stock, and they're like, hey, you should vote on this thing. So I guess I should look into how that works. Probably also should burn MP off Boober, since Boober can raise her MP up a lot more easily. Tsunami isn't very different from an Earthquake, except the whole tidal wave thing. I mean, yes, but that's kind of the point in Final Fantasies. You don't summon a tsunami to do earth damage. Like, Titan doesn't cause tsunamis to happen. That's not his gig. Okay, cool. Hopefully we're done with the evil honey. There's a... What? What? We're inside Leviathan's stomach. Well, that explains everything. Thank you, helpful man, who's inside Leviathan's stomach. Not a copy of the library here, though. That guy looks a bit digested. Leviathan swallowed us all. Okay. Power Fist. Think we need some... Is a Power Fist better than a regular Giant Fist? Okay. And considering he has the lowest attack of anybody right now, I guess we'll give him the Power Fist. In the hopes that it does more attacky things. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. Getting hit face first with the tsunami would hurt. You know, I think I'd have more worries than just being hit. Who am I? Her or we? I kind of assumed that would work. How'd you know about that? I don't know. Mysidia? I've been to Mysidia. Mask? Werven. Wervens? Why ask? Who are you? Dragoon? Yes, I'm a Dragoon. What? They've been destroyed? That's absurd. I think that'll get him out of my way. But no, that didn't help. Yeah, okay. Oh, don't I have the badge or something that I can show that I know something about Dragoons? Is the conch shell actually an item, a key item? Or have I just been putting it in my key items and I could have gotten rid of that piece of shit? Canoe, pass, ring, torch, pendant. Okay, that was my best idea. Oh, maybe crystal rod? So you came for Ultima, too. Let me join you! There's a boat up ahead, but a monster is blocking the way. Ricard has joined the party. Alright, thank you, Ricard. I'm gonna call him Ricardo, because I want to call him Ricardo. Hopefully came with, like, actual armor. He has a sword? What kind of Dragoon has a sword? What are his stats? Yeah, he gets to keep the sword. I was thinking I'd give him the spear I just found, but no, that's clearly a bad idea. Yep, the first Dragoon. Don't imagine it'd be painful at all, you'll die before Edge's pain. Yep. Reminds me of an argument, or a fairly constant sort of dinner time argument I'd have with Fisk occasionally about skydiving into a volcano. Yeah, he's proficient in swords, but not spears, which is weird to me, but okay. Well, I guess Ice Shield? I don't know if you could change those out in mid-fight, but I guess it seems like... Actually, no, Ice is better than Golden, right? Because they're on par with each other, and that comes with elemental affinities. And there's no reason to have the Golden Shield, because, like, why would you want that? There's nothing else I can give him, really. But he's also pretty weak and knows no magic. Hooray! Wait, what are his stats? I guess I didn't even look at his, like, actual growth stats. Oh, my. Well, strength is 50, that's nice. Everything else leaves a little bit to be desired. Like, he's not gonna grow fast. We were swallowed whole! Nothing here. If the monster wasn't there, you could escape through Leviathan's mouth. I think Leviathan has a few other things he could do to stop me, other than a monster at the end of his esophagus. Will we be stuck here forever? Yeah, probably. He's pretty good. I mean, his base stats aren't bad. I mean, but it's just the... I guess I didn't look at stamina. Maybe stamina's fine. He's never going to be a caster, that's clear. But it's fine. Leviathan is the beast that protects the tower. It swallows anyone with a crystal rod. I brought one to... Do you just buy these things? We're trapped here because that old man's stupid crystal rod. Like, was there a store I could have gone to instead? 10 years I've been living here. Okay, that's quite the thing. Got a funny NES portrait, as all his art never gives him a full helmet. He looks kind of like Kane. Interesting. This guy's like, we're gonna be here forever. Yep. It's kind of odd. Can I, like, sleep in the bed? It is a bummer that he's a sword character, because I was really hoping for the spear I was carrying around to be useful. Crystal rods are very common. Yeah, just handing out crystal rods. Yeah, like, what is the deal? Why are there more than one of these things? I had to go through quite the ordeal to grab one. But no. Ah, I see. It's very mouth-shaped up here. Alright. Should be fine. Let's see if Kane's any... Ricardo's any good. People in Mysidia thought there was only one, but these people found one lying around. It's so weird! I guess also it's very possible, especially since you all told me, that I've overdrawn my characters, that Ricard just seems worse. Then again, he's gonna lose most of his MP here, or HP here, from being hit by a few spells. So maybe I have not overestimated his actual utility. Hilarious how the plot trolls you about the crystal rod. Yeah, what do they eat? How do they breathe inside whatever gases are for 10 years? You know, it's one of those things you probably shouldn't spend too much time thinking about in a Final Fantasy game. Take out the one in the back. Bolt fish. Yeah, that explains a few things as to why, like, bolts didn't work on the fish. In retrospect. Oh, I should have healed Ricard. He might be fucked. I mean, since we're doing sort of the Jonah thing, I don't think people worried too much about how that worked out for him either. Okay, Butts took a lot more damage. So did Ricard. I wonder why. Ricard's also slow, which sucks. Butts is pretty quick. What Let's have him cure Ricard so he doesn't at least die in his first combat ever with us. Take out that one in the back. Remove Boltfish. Yeah, just remove Boltfish. He's not going to benefit from this fight, but, you know, at least the Boltfish is dead. Nah, he'll benefit. Tsunami's going to take out at least half his health between the two of them. And knowing my luck, the Ray up there is going to also want to kill him. Enemies getting more and more jacked. Yep. I mean, it's mostly the multicast thing that's a problem. Like, everything else is pretty okay. Yeah, take out the Ray. This thing's taken some damage. I'm gonna guess that'll be sufficient for the Sea Dragon, but we'll see. Well, that was a waste of a cast. We was really hoping it would die. Oh well. Was hoping it hit Ricard now. See if he gets lucky and gets an HP up or something up after all that. Don't think he will, but you know. Butts gets all the stuff. Himbo gets stuff. Ricard gets stamina up. You know, that's actually okay. That's just okay. It's not great, it's okay. He's weak enough I'm willing to burn a whole cure on him. And we'll use a much more powerful cure on Himbo because I don't want to waste so many spells, or waste so much MP for him. Enemies, considering how fast you slapped the last version together, you're shocked nothing broke while Glitch was playing? I mean, that's actually pretty impressive. Glitch is pretty good at sussing out, like, cheese and everything, too. So if you didn't find any cheese, that's even better. He does like to experiment. Oh, sus. Not like, no, not like that. To suss out is a phrase. You rarely, like, use sus as, like, a verb otherwise. Like that? I don't know. Among Us, yes, yes, yes. Leviathan's fine having a mini-town in his gut. Can't imagine that being comfortable. Well, you think about it like the frog boss in Super Mario and Yoshi's Island. The frog was perfectly happy having him in his stomach until you started, like, punching his uvula. So, it's probably like that. Conch shells are not key items. Goodbye, conch shells. Hello, one extra item. One more thing in my inventory. Gaia sword, you say? 69. Nice. Missed a few levels, but he wasn't saying anything along the lines of that while giving his final thoughts. Okay. Don't think the frog liked having his uvula smashed by giant eggs? No. No, he did not. Just a thing, just giant frog things. Or regular-sized frog things that temporarily become diamond. Or giant. Lovely. Yeah, none of my characters can be fast enough to make sure one of these dies. That sucks. Oh, preemptive strike. Never mind. No, I bet he enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll have to give that a watch later. Among Us ruined your brain, you've never played it. I've definitely seen that happen to people. It happens to the best of us. Possibly the rest of us. Oh, the frog, not Glitch Cat. I am, yeah. Gonna go back and watch the VOD in a moment. Nice. Yeah, I've never played Among Us. I think I might own it on Steam, but I don't know. Played Among Us a total of one time. Were you the alien? Or were you the regular crew? Let's see, Diamond? Wait. What? Why did his attack go up? It was 69 a moment ago. Then I changed to Diamond and it went up. Can I do that with anybody else? Is there a trick here? Something's odd about this. No. Maybe I was just not paying attention and it actually all made sense the whole time. Oh well. I'm gonna guess Diamond, Ice, and Flame Shields are just different elemental protections. So it doesn't actually matter which one I have equipped. I'm gonna guess for the sake of the mouth that Diamond is better, but hard to say. At least I can see the monster on the screen. That way I don't run into it on accident. Under him. Bugs in this game. Another weird game bug that needs explaining. Oh boy. Oh no. You were the imposter? Oh, Glitch definitely enjoyed it. I have no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, if the glitch would not, if explaining the glitch doesn't reveal any, like, really interesting mechanic unto me, I'm pretty okay with you explaining it. But if it does actually reveal something on how the game works internally, probably not then. Game triggered by Nasir having bugs? Oh, simply inconceivable. I even know what that word means. Alright, let's get everyone up to full health, because we're about to fight a big boss man. Seriously, that wasn't enough? Okay. Actually, I should burn through more Aboobers. I suspect I'll be able to get out of this dungeon after this. I also hope that I don't have to fight through this dungeon every time I want to get to the island now. It'd be nice if I could get rid of that item in my inventory. Then Leviathan wouldn't eat me. Alright, here we go. The Roundworm blocks the ship. Okay. It's pretty round. Pretty. I mean, it's not pretty at all, but it's pretty round. Alright, let's do this smart. Try and tag it with Curse first. Let's try Thunder. And if Thunder doesn't work, we'll do Fire. Regular punching doesn't seem all that effective. Curse, though, so we're fine there. 400 damage. Wonder if the Wind Blade is just more effective. Might be an elemental thing. That's with Curse. That was with Curse. I didn't even see how much lightning it did because I was worried about the damage. Yeah, we'll do Fire. Let's heal Rick. I don't know. He's probably fine. I doubt it'll hit him again. If I'm wrong, I'll let Butts heal him. So when you get a stat increase in the game, it actually fails to recalculate your attack and defense power until you re-equip or de-equip something? What the? Are you serious? So basically, every once in a while, I should just go and re- and unequip things just randomly to see what happens. That's awful. Like, absolutely awful. How does this happen? Like, I'm actually mad about that. Ugh. Alright, cool. Hopefully, if I go and save and go to an inn, this will not be a problem. We'll see shortly. Yeah, that is really amazing. In all of the wrong ways. Also, that Roundworm was not that hard to fight. I wasn't paying attention for most of it. Tagging with Curse, I tell you, it's like the best thing in this game. I just noticed that we got a little bit of level up there. Cards hit the 600 club. There we go. Don't know if the game accidentally forgets to check something else to recalculate your stats or simply forgets in the game code. You ever done this game, you ever pick regard to the city of Wervins? Similar glitch. It's very likely I will completely forget that by the time I get to Final Fantasy 1. So, no worries there. Yeah, you feel like you think taking him there would do something, but also I don't know if I want to spend the time and effort to drive the boat all the way over there. Maybe after this dungeon. Please don't suck me into the dungeon. Because I want to save first, thank you. Learn something important. Learn something very important. There we go. Now we can get sucked into the dungeon. Warp out of the dungeon, something funny happens. Well, I just saved, so I feel like I'm okay to do that. I see what you were trying to do, Desi. I see exactly what you were trying to do. You were trying to get me to go down a square, so I'd end up getting sucked back into the dungeon. Nice try. Nice try. Well played. Some extra dialogue? Well, knowing there's extra dialogue actually makes me want to do it now. I might actually go and look after this dungeon then. And Boober's confused. And Himbo's confused. And Ricardo's confused, but I'm not really all that broken up about that. No, I guess Ricard isn't confused. That's nice. Love this dungeon, great music. Favorite track in the game is in this dungeon? Okay. You know what? That might mean it's an ideal time to get up for my stretch break. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours now. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt me to get up for a short spell. Okay, bright side, lots of people are going to get HP up after this fight. Don't hit Ricard, don't hit Ricard, don't hit Ricard. That works for me, don't care. That was an annoying fight. Completely self-inflicted. Stamina, HP? Yeah, fast growth. Imps are assholes, it's true. Yeah, this is a nice track. I will get up for my stretch break, I think. I will be right back. Alright, and we are back. FF2 is an underrated game. I would say that some of its flaws are definitely really unpleasant. But I've been having fun so far. But it is kind of fun to see the progression here. Like how the game... Oh, I really should heal them first. How the games have grown over the years has been really fascinating. And I may have done this wrong. Ghosts... Are ghosts badass? I forget. Yeah, they're pretty badass. Mini. I can fix that. But Ricard can't. And I'm not going to do that during battle because it's not worth it. Oh, Mini is that's a silly status effect. Oh, hey again, Zuccotti. I think if this game didn't have such a steep learning curve, people would like it a lot more. Yeah. I think that is a fair statement. I think that this should work. I think I'm guaranteed to kill the top one. After this. Only need to set it to Wumbo. Don't know if I... The mini characters take forever to get out. Oh, that's cute. Irritating, but cute. Oh, and Mini doesn't last. I assumed it was actually something that would happen on the field. Staff. That's such garbage. Such garbage. Give me an intro weapon this far into the game. Thank you very much. I forgot to heal Ricardo again. Mistakes were made. CV dies. Not too different from games like Saga, Secret of Mana, or even some of the Western games like Elder Scrolls. Yeah, Elder Scrolls is a really good comparison. I was telling someone about this game yesterday. I was like, the way you level up things are by how you use them. He's like, oh, like Elder Scrolls. I'm like, yes, except... And I'm explaining to this, like, wait a second, so how do you raise your HP? I'm like, yeah, punch yourself in the face. Yeah, punch yourself in the face a whole lot. Not to mention how random it all seems. And the stats going down. I think if the stats didn't go down, a lot of this wouldn't feel so bad. Like the, oh yeah, I need to save MP on this character, so now I don't have... Oh, there's an illusion also. I'm lucky. So I have to use attacks instead is kind of a drag, and then you lose your magic powers, and yeah, just that. Like, you never have stats go down in Elder Scrolls, and I think that makes a huge difference. Like, I guess maybe in, like, if you get hit by a vampire or something. I don't know. Maybe you do in some Elder Scrolls games. I don't remember Skyrim ever losing skill levels. Rando is in the work, does not lower stats. Yeah, that's a good thing. I already have too much garbage in my inventory. I already got rid of some crap. You know what? I have enough crap in my inventory. I'm just gonna leave and come back. And not fall into the trap that Desi wants me to. Because, like, it's close. May as well. Spells level up faster. Yeah, for a rando, I think that's critical. Like, nobody really wants to sit around and grind things in a rando. Even, like, Mario RPG rando, no one actually bothers leveling up jump. If you're going to use a jump-based elemental spell, you'll be fishing for super jump at best. Or ultra jump, though they are slightly different, and super jump is still better. It's hilarious. You love re-entering by mistake. I imagine it could be funny. Alright, I think it's time to sell the flame bow. We haven't used it in a while. Goodbye, giant hat. It's just a really big hat. Goodbye, power thing. Giant fist. Yeah, I just don't feel like I'm ever going to get another person to use that. Wing? Yeah, I don't think I need this again. Golden, I can ditch. I'm still debating whether or not I want to keep the ice shield, but I haven't felt the need to equip one yet. And in fact, I feel like I'm never going to have, like, an ice dungeon after that ice dungeon, so maybe it's not really worth carting around anymore. Yeah, I can't help myself. Yeah, I think that's it for right now, and then we'll fix up the inventory really quick. Crystal Rod can go in here, because who cares? What's up, Steven? How you doing? I have significantly leveled up some of my characters. And acquired a new character who is somewhat lackluster presently, but may evolve quickly. I was kind of wondering how entry would work, since it, didn't allow you to step on the tile normally. Makes a lot of sense that it'd have a silly big effect. Just chilling on Satisfactory. Nice. I'm doing pretty good. Getting ready to go into a big-ass dungeon here. Big tower. The end of the Mysidia thing. Dialogue in Wyvern. How far away is it? Yeah, you know what? Fine, let's do it, Desi. We'll do it. Don't mind to speed things level up, except Esuna. Yeah. Esuna leveling is kind of silly still. Support skills missing is kind of silly. Like, those should not miss. You should not miss Esuna. You should not miss life. Of course, they kept that later, in later games for some reason. Because in Final Fantasy III, I kept missing haste, which led me to believe it just didn't work. So. But yeah. And I also got some laundry done. Like, I did laundry on Saturday, but I'm going on a trip, and I was like, oh, I need to wash this. I need a button-down shirt. So I went and had to find it. I didn't know where it was. Probably should go and find my hangers and actually hang up those shirts instead of putting them into the dimension that is my dresser. So. Physically put the white mask and the black mask on the doppelganger in inventory message of them both. Yeah, that is infuriating. Limited inventory space and then forcing me to be carting around all this random crap. Like, the canoe is fine. I'm happy to cart around the canoe. But everything else in my inventory is utter crap and I don't want it. And there's nothing I can do about it. Highly vexing. Highly vexing. Also shifted my sleep schedule. That's something that needed to happen, like, months ago. Torch and Sunfire being separate inventory spots. I mean, I can kind of see why they did that, but really it should have been like, here's the torch, and then it's replaced by a lit torch or something. Like, that would have been sensible, as opposed to having them be separate inventory items. Like, a transformation would have been more effective. Uh, directly to the south, right? Right, it's directly to the south over here, I think. Yeah, there it is, I see it. A lit torch is a torch and fire. I mean, to be fair, most people don't put fire in their inventories for obvious reasons. Oh wait, that's not the Dragon Island. Oh, it's over to the right, okay. Had to think for a moment. Yeah, super limited inventory and key items that get stuck there is highly irritating. I mean, it's why I've done at least a little bit of inventory management, unlike most, like, random RPGs. I usually wouldn't care, but here it's kind of nice to see the division between required and unrequired items. The mandatorium. Come on! Oh, damn it! I didn't get my canoe out fast enough. You know what? Actually, this is an opportunity. Ricardo needs a little bit of help. So let's give Ricardo that help he needs by having him punch himself. Sounds terrible when I put it that way, doesn't it? But heal him up, punch him down. Struck you as being fake difficulty? Yeah. Riven Egg did live in my inventory? Oh, really? Oh, that actually makes a lot of... Well, that one in particular makes a lot of sense. Because it's an actual egg that was going to be used to grow a Wyvern. Nice to give you the trash icon, I suppose. Are you a Dragoon? Yes! I was a friend of your father's. I promised to avenge him. When the Emperor is defeated, I'll come back and raise you to be a Dragoon. Okay, get that Emperor! Oh, it's cute. Ricard! Elena, where are the others? They were killed. Elena, be strong. When the war is over, I'll come back. Alright, well that was kind of worth it. Gives hope to the future Dragoons. You want to carry the egg around too? Kind of. I think the absurdity of it would be, you know, pretty high up there with carrying around the torch and flame still. Forgot to heal Ricard. It's not what I want, and you know it. And then have her kill everything else. Attack that, because I don't care. And Ricard attacks himself. Hopefully this works. It probably won't work. What's that kid's name in the remakes? I'm gonna guess Kane. Just gonna guess. What is the name? Just feels a bit on the nose for Squaresoft, but also feels right. It's Kane. Yep. It just makes sense. Forgot to heal Ricard. Hear that sentence for some time. Yep. I mean, at least I can take advantage of the drive back to maybe raise his HP around 800 or so, maybe. That might be a little bit too lofty of an ambition, but... Also, let's heal Ricard. Oh. His name's Ricardo, damn it. Yeah, almost forgot. Almost forgot. But only almost. Perfect fight for us. 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack. Ricardo. It's a good thing he's not strong enough to one-shot himself. Just imagine being strong enough to punch yourself out. It'd be pretty silly. There we go. That's another one up. Stamina up, too. What is his stamina? It's up like 40? Almost 40? Yeah, that's not bad. It's actually not bad. And Himbo will break heal level 5 pretty quick. That's also good. Kind of wish new party members HP scaled when you got them. Not their absolute stats, though. Having Gordon in the party with 40 on stats when he first joined would have been absolutely busted. Oh, yeah. Now, I think I'd agree with that. HP should probably be leveled. That would actually be pretty nice. I imagine the randomizer will probably do something like that if you get, like, bonus party members or however it's going to work. Like, I know in most randomizers you recruit your characters, but for other games... Like, I don't know if it makes sense in this one, right? Like, you just get a character and stick with him the whole game or something. I don't know. Randomizer I do want to try is the Lufia 2 one, but I think I want to play Lufia 2 first again before I go and actually do it. Because Lufia 2 is just a really good RPG, and playing it again through the eyes of the randomizer first strikes me as just a little bit unfortunate. One is so good. Yeah, HP isn't bad if you, like, actually systematically set out to do it. Oh my. There's a lot of repetition in that. I wonder what this is, what song this is. So I just had a thought. Probably should not actually say it aloud because it's kind of silly. But kind of like how with Orator, you know, people get their money's worth spamming, you know, South Georgia, or was it South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, and other such large expansions from single emoji. Given the way I've implemented this, I wonder what's the longest thing you could actually get Miku to say, since there's probably some kanji that actually expand out to several syllables, right? Like an actual large number of syllables. And so if you just spammed one specific kanji over and over and over, it would probably take a long-ass time to actually complete. Of course, I also do have a cancel button in the event that I don't want to listen to you repeat the same thing over and over and over, so... Because I implemented that long enough ago that it's not a problem. No magic. Alright, so what was the song? Let's see. That is definitely not something I recognize. This is clearly JoJo, though. I can tell from the aesthetics. Nothing else really looks like JoJo. Where was I going? Right. To the left. That's not where I want to go. I overshot. I'm gonna be happy to get one more encounter to raise stats before I actually go and do this seriously. Oh no, I've been ambushed by goblins. It's terrible. Simply terrible. And they keep missing Ricardo, which is also terrible. Alright, it's time. Swap. Look for swaps to meet. Come on. Big money, no whammies. I want to see swap work. Ineffective. Sadly, Ricardo can only really take 2 turns of hitting himself in the face. Whereas other people can take a lot more face hitting. But I will say his growth has been pretty good. That's one thing that's nice about, like, low HP starts here, is that, like, they raise up really fast. So I guess I can't complain too much, but it would have been nice if he started with, like, 1,000 HP instead. Oh no, goblins, we'll show them. He's up Ricardo Edge of his life. I mean, it's certainly intimidating, if nothing else. No one ever expects you to start beating up your party members in the middle of a fight. Like, I would definitely be confused if I was a goblin. All right, one more shot. If it doesn't proc, it doesn't proc. Just is what is. Yes, got it. Okay, now we murder them. That one, and that one, and that one. Okay, fight over. Yeah, I remember my old TTS. Well, both of them. Neither of them had the ability to actually cancel a TTS once it started playing. The first one was kind of intentional and was basically soup anyway, so it didn't matter. And in fact, it was impossible through the interface to stop it once it had started, because it hung the UI thread whenever it played a TTS. But the second one I had, the one that used Windows 98's text-to-speech service, conceivably I could have implemented such a thing, but I didn't. I also would have needed to change it so it fired off in a separate process, but I also didn't do that. In fact, I haven't really used that one again in a long-ass time. I think I turned it off because it didn't work in Windows mode applications. So when I was playing through Rama, it didn't work. And so there was no real reason to bother with it. So it basically only would work if I was playing, like, Commander Keen. So not, like, ideal, really. Gonna go for the grind. I may as well do the last bit here. Yeah, she has no MP, so I can't use hers. That wasn't smart. Oh, thank you, Zuccotti. Thank you. I've never understood why Richard is one of the many slang terms for penis. But it so is. I just can't explain it. Look, he enjoys it. That's probably the best way, the best thing we can say about that. I'll save over one so that I know what my current best is. Just kind of reminds me of Homer going through and saying all of the assorted names that he expected his child to possibly be called in elementary school. It's like, okay, Bart, Fart, Cart, Dart, Yart. Oh, that's fine. I actually forget what these things were weak to. Oh wait, I should... Okay, never mind. Let's do this. Do it this way. I think because that thing is a seafaring creature, it should take extra damage from thunder. We will see shortly, though. It is not a little bighorn. It's just a bighorn. Dick used to be the same, like Dick York. I guess the association of Dick with penis happened later than the name for Richard? Possibly. I can imagine Richard talking to a therapist about this experience, just sniffling Rex, and the big guy just started speaking beaver. Oh my. The beaver room is so fantastic. What a weird game. What a really weird game. Okay, yeah, Thunder 5 isn't doing, like, amazing damage on that. Maybe I should try something else. It's gonna split damage and hope. Nickname often used of Richard while originating in the Middle Ages as a rhyming slang for Rick. Oh, I never knew that. As did William, Will, Bill, Robert, Rob, Bob. Any modern association with penis is more recent. Arising from Dick becoming a cliched name for any man is any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Oh, today I learned. Did not expect rhyming slang to factor into it, but man, that makes a lot of sense. And rhyming slang is so effing weird to begin with. Always enjoyed the bit in Austin Powers where they're discussing things and saying, oh, yeah. never mind, everything's fine. It's like we should speak English and start using all sorts of weird English euphemisms and rhyming slang. Of course, my actual introduction to rhyming slang was in Ocean's 11 with the... Was he South? Yeah, he's just a British black dude. So much dick violence. White Robe beats Power. Perhaps Power beats Knight. Yeah. So this is actually a worthwhile trade. Kinda wish I'd gotten that first, but whatever. White Robe sick. Interesting. Alright. Imps. I am unconvinced this will... Oh, I got to heal Ricard! It's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, we just don't care that the werewolf is there. Wow, werewolves are really really strong against fire. It's been a long time since I've done 40 damage on a multicast. There we go. Not too shabby. Staff. Don't even know why I bother. Don't even know why I bother. I feel like they've definitely understood that disappointing chests in dungeons make dungeons worse after this game. Aw, not ambushed. I did drop the amount of damage I took from Thunder, I think. Nope, it didn't. Interesting. Interesting. So now I'm wondering... Oh. Number of worthless chests, but nothing like this game. Yeah. The mages building this tower like, yeah, it's a tower of magic. Throw some wooden sticks in there. Just how it has to be. How it has to be. The power of wooden sticks compels you. We're actually doing damage to the flans now. I'm really surprised. I guess we've leveled enough that they're now actually affected by being hit in the face. And don't take 3 casts to kill. Oh no, he's been poisoned. Let's see if we can actually just kill these things outright. Of course, that's not going to work this time. Now that I'm relying upon it, I'm not going to get the damage I need. Look at that, no damage. Just none. Power of wood compels you. Alright, throw out the fire again. Just in case, we'll throw out thunder on that one. And we wait. Spare the rod, spoil the dungeon. And now you hit it! Oh my. Give me a sec to read that. It all started when I went on a tour hoping to find some furniture, followed a sign saying beautiful chest, and led to a lady who showed me her best. She was taken by surprise when ringing the bell, and quick as hell, Bob the Knob came out on his job to see what the trouble was. Louise, as the Reverend is hard to please. You're telling me. Perhaps, sir, if it's not too late, we can introduce you an old-fashioned Staffordshire plate. It's a lot of rhyming there, I mean it. Oh look, a door! Oh look, werewolves! Oh, I completely forgot about the poison. Hey, let's see if Esuna works in or... I think it'll be more likely to work if I single cast it. Let's see if it works in battle. Watch as it will not work in battle. It was even on my list of things to do. I even went and healed him. Completely forgot about it. For shame. For shame. Oh, look, it worked! For once. See my very low opinion. I healed him, I just forgot to cure him. Well, yeah. I cured him, I just forgot to heal him. Oh well. Oh well. It worked out in the end. What's in this door? Disappointment? Of course! It wouldn't be Final Fantasy II without disappointment behind doors. You know, I just kind of had a feeling. I just kind of had a feeling there was an illusion wall there. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, it's a long, irritating maze. Maybe there's an illusion wall. And boy, was I right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very distrustful of this dungeon for some reason. Reminded me just a bit of, like, Exdeath's Castle in some of how it's designed, I guess. I don't know. But I was very, very suspicious. Figured it also couldn't hurt to try. Flame Shield. I mean, pretty much everyone's already got an Elemental Shield. I don't see any reason to switch between them now. Unless that's a hint that I want the Flame Shield later. Well, that's a lot of amps. That's not what I meant to do, but that'll work. Ricardo and Boober, when he was poisoned, didn't immediately heal him. Odd. Distrustful of this harmless place? The one with Leviathan at the entrance and the special music and the hidden white garb on the first floor? This place is harmless. I don't trust you for some reason. For some reason. Oh boy, Charm. Watch as it hits the two people who are supposed to still hit Vamp Girl. And that's one of them. Well, he still did his damage. It worked. All worked out in the end. Ricardo keeps getting a lot of stamina ups. Makes me wonder what his stamina up is now. Is up to now, I suppose is the right way to phrase that. I'd say I'm not taking too much damage from these fights. And then the imp showed up. Yeah, I'm still not taking too much damage from these fights. Oh, this guy. You know what? Just for the sake of it, let's have Ricardo hit himself in the face. If he gets a turn... Nope. Odd, this dungeon and the final one are the only ones that get special music. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do both these doors, and then I'm going to go and finish searching out that... This form again? Seriously? No, the purple one's pretty irrelevant. The yellow ones are more dangerous. Even though it's stupid. Given how it sets me up might be a problem, but I think the flame will kill the purple one if nothing else. I think specters are more dangerous. And that's not a... Those things are revenants, so... I think if they're physical attackers, they can't hit me until I take down the front line, which is actually pretty funny. If you've played FFT, there's a super obscure reference to it, to this dungeon. It's a spoiler, though. Once you beat the dungeon, it'd be nice to share. Not fair. How long have I been fighting revenants and specters? I don't fucking know at this point. Something about he who, fights monsters. I'm pretty sure I've become undead. I have played Final Fantasy Tactics, but it has been a very long time, and I only remember some of the bits and plot. I remember some of the good one-liners. Surrender or die in obscurity. Don't blame me, blame yourself, or God. I forget some of the other good ones. I remember Orlando being the best thing ever. Good old TG Sid. But other than that, I can't say I remember a whole lot. Second dungeon in the game, really? Remnants of thing been a... Oh, hey! Oh, basilisks. Those don't look like any basilisk I've ever seen. Those look like iguanas. Like, that's really what they look like, is iguanas. I'm pretty sure a basilisk is very different from an iguana. I'm not an expert in this field, but I'm fairly certain I know a thing or two. That's the third dungeon? Purple guys are from the Revenant. That's probably the case. Iguanalisk. It'd be a better name. Wait. Warp didn't do what I was expecting it to do. I didn't... No, I didn't use escape. I didn't use teleport. I used warp. I thought it would take me here to this door, not immediately out. Good, that's the fourth dungeon? Okay, it's been so long. Huh. Maybe that's the other gimmick, is if you ever use warp, you end up back at the front. Must be a mechanic you haven't figured out. I really hope it isn't. I've leveled warp up, and now it only ever goes to... Oh, it does, doesn't it? That's what it is. Oh, I even made a joke about that earlier, doesn't it? Alright, worth testing really quick. So now that I have Warp 2, it always warps you two levels. I should have noticed that. In fact, I even thought about it. I'm like, huh, I must have just warped past the floor I was going to do on the way back up from that other dungeon. Because there was an area I wanted to look for treasure in. And I'm like, it doesn't matter, it's just one area. And I just kind of went past it, but I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. If I knew it was going to become one of those two successful things, I would have thrown it in the trash. Thankfully, I think everybody knows warp, and pretty much everyone else's warps are, you know, at a much lower level. So at least I'm fine on that front. So, no biggie. Still kind of annoying, but no biggie. Alright, gotta go into that area. Kill the imps. And then the bears. I believe it is actively detrimental, yes. Actually new. Warp actually teleports you multiple floors. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I'm not going to try it again, obviously. Want to warp 2 floors back, couldn't you cast warp 1 once? That's what I've been doing. So there's two possibilities. One is warp 2 warps me 2 floors at a time, which matches my expectations presently. Or this dungeon is weird. Those are the two possibilities in my mind. I can't prove either yet, but when the time comes, we'll know. Huge waste of time. I probably should also get rid of that "no, seriously, we're doing this" tag. It was applicable. Oh no, Butts got stoned. It was applicable for the silly weather game, but it's not applicable. I mean, it's still kind of applicable for Final Fantasy 2, but it's not applicable for most things in the stream. I won! Bye, Butts. I still think it's a shame you cannot change the front party member. Notice something funny in the last dungeon after you cast warp and it just leveled up for the record? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, we'll take out Vamp Girl pretty quick. Such an annoying mechanic. That's the counter I'd have on screen if I had some sort of easy way to put counters on screen. How many times I have failed to put a character in the correct row. If I ever learn HTML well enough to actually implement, like, arbitrary extra widgets on the right, maybe I'll actually implement something like that. Looked it up, there's documentation. Yep, I'm not surprised. When I joked about warp working that way, you were laughing your ass off. I'm noticing a pattern with the items I'm getting on this floor. They're all fire-related. Yep. I was running my mouth off, joking about the stupidity of how that could work, and how you could succeed too well at something, and that's stupid in RPGs. But no, it actually had to work that way. Why is a character like a stoner dead is automatically put in the back row? It's so annoying. Dude, your guess is as good as mine at this point. It just is. This game has a lot of things I think were categorically meant to annoy people. And that was one of them. I need to learn how to get my widgets to work right, because like the chat body has problems with scrolling off the bottom. Like people are seeing it when I have like hacks with longer names. And this is like a thing HTML does well, is like fitting space. I just don't know how to do it right. Because quite literally, I just want the chat to take up the remaining space, the remaining vertical space correctly. But I'm not really sure what the magical incantation for CSS for it to happen is. And that reminds me, it's time to heal Ricardo. I'm curious. 41. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. He starts with high enough stamina, it's not too terrible. That's probably, yeah, that's about the same as Boober. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I should use Boober's MP because she has so much now. Thought about multicasting, decided against it. Okay, I think this will take me where I need to go, and I don't think there's anything else because I've gone through that up-down section there. It's not like a character's row is marked when you're in the menu to heal them, so you're automatically reminded anyway. It's like, nope, just for this one fight. Your melee fighter is totally worthless. Yep. Oh, that's annoying. Perfect example of precisely why I love this game. You and I both joked about the 4 fucking potions, and you both joked about the warp spell. See, I almost imagine the mechanic worked so, because you described something so dumb and awful, it's ridiculous. You laugh, even though the thought of a game being like that, and guess what? That's exactly what they did! Yeah. You know, that's fair. This game does have some bizarre entertainment value. It's kind of like you're misting the game itself and its mechanics. You won't expect any of the characters to be that dumb, but they are that dumb. They are going to go back into the ghost house for no apparent reason. Alone. That's just how it has to be. Okay, so both of those were useless. Ricard is healed up. I don't need to... Oh, that was the thing I wanted to do. I wanted to switch to flame shields. I think there's no reason... Oh, he's already wearing flame armor. That's why he's getting that advantage. Okay, cool. So I'm going to swap this ice shield to flame shield. I think there's enough things that just do fire in this area that it's worthwhile. Too bad it doesn't prevent this. Look at it go! It's like a disco, but less fun. They will run upstairs and split up. Exactly. Exactly. Teleporting doors are new. Some parts are obviously trolly, like the potions in the secret passage and those stupid dead-end rooms. Not sure if they're misguided on game conveyance or actively malicious. I mean, I think that there's just some, like, actively malicious weirdness. Just things that the head designer just liked that seem very strange now. Because, like, he also did Final Fantasy XI, I think, and people had a lot of questions about his design back then, if I recall correctly. Ow. So I generally think Final Fantasy XI was... Or, no, was it 11? No, it was 11 because 12 was the MMO. generally well regarded. Never played it because I kind of missed out on the later PS2 era PlayStation games, just being busy. In college, tends to happen. Wanted to heal Ricardo. Like auto-rowing when you die. Yeah, my theory with the auto-rowing is, I didn't play that right at all. Is there might be some sort of, like, when a character is brought back into effectiveness, some sort of routine that runs, that they wanted to reuse from, like, when a character's brought in to the party or something? I don't know. And because it's resetting some parts of the stats and all that, it's doing something dumb by, like, moving to the back row. I really don't know. Oh, wait, so it's an actual reason that you'll explain later. Okay. Fascinating. Fascinating. I should have finished reading that sentence before musing aloud. For the love of the encounter rate. It fell! Have them take out the upper half. He'll probably die. Beautiful. Not gonna explain where rowing is a thing. We have lots of other things on mind. Alright. I am gonna be very curious. Very, very curious. And wish the encounter rate wasn't so egregiously high. I don't really need her attack here. I'm gonna Osmose once just to get some MP back. See if the bear has any MP. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but you never know. It could work. Then the game failing to recalculate your stats when you get stat ups is obviously a bug, yeah. That is really weird, though. But you know, that might also explain why Himbo was so ineffective for such a long period of time, because I probably didn't change his armor or anything for, like, half the game. And so if it wasn't recalculating, it would have just been stuck where it was. How very odd. Alright, I want the 2 chests, but I also see... Oh, there's another chest, but there was a door. Flame armor. Alright, well... Oh, Black Garb's probably better than Flame armor. Guess I can get both advantages here, because I think that should be more effective. Yeah, 50 over that, so let's give him the Ice Shield back. And Butts has Flame armor. Okay, we're doing fine on that front. Oh, actually, you know what? Changed my mind. I want to give her a small amount of elemental affinity here. So take that off him. And put the fire armor on Boober for a minute. That feels dumb. Nah, White Robe. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it. I don't think she takes enough damage for me to care. Are these super happy fun slides? No, of course not. That'd be too convenient. Ooh, those are worse. It's gonna set one on fire. Also, when you were playing this while your brother's watching, he thought the werewolves looked like evil beavers. Huh. Yeah, I thought they scanned like werewolves to me, but hard to say at times. Terror Murbler. Alright, fire was not effective. Maybe ice? No, they're fancy Marlboros. We ran into the other Marlboros earlier. Envenomed and paralyzed, wow. Dude cannot win. Blizzard 4 did about the same amount, so no real elemental affinity there. Try Thunder? Try Holy. Why not? Haven't cast a level 1 spell in a while. Oh, we're not going to get to see what it does. Werewolves look very badly drawn. Proportions just look weird. That's fair. They got like a weird pose. We'll spend a little more time looking at them next time. Okay, agility, stamina. God, that's not annoying at all. Flame hat. Alright, that's an easy way. That's an easy way to go. She gets the flame hat. Gives her a little bit of elemental affinity. Since that seems to be a gimmick around here. I guess, technically speaking, I could consider when I'm walking through, like, lava or very hot Kool-Aid. Flame sword. Okay, that's mixed messages. Did I have the flame sword earlier? 81 over 60. Yeah, we're going with that. With the hand-me-down to Ricard. I might regret this later, but worst comes to worst, Butts can keep swinging with the cursed sword, and he'll still do some damage, even if the elemental affinity rats me out. One arm looks way smaller. It's got tiny legs. Fair enough. Alright, sleep well, Steven. See you later. Or hot blood. Hot blood is possible. I'm hot-blooded. Go ahead and check it and see. I actually saw Foreigner in concert when I went to Sweden Rock. Pretty awesome. Problem, it was raining and nobody wanted to stand near the big open stage. Everyone wanted to go into the beer gardens and be warmer and drier. And I can't really blame anybody for that. But they were still really good. They still rocked that, even though there were only 6 people watching. Also had really shit luck with the encounter rate in this dungeon. I feel like the encounter rate in this dungeon is quite high. Like, quite high. I'm not sad that I had to go and backtrack to get that item, though, because getting a big-ass flame sword is always a good idea. Alright. Evil wizard time. Gotta heal everyone up for evil wizard time. I bet it's Minwu turned evil. Just makes sense. Alright. Well done. The mage began to grow. Turn to Muscle Wizard? Muscle Wizard. Fire Gigas. I may have regrets equipping the Fire Sword, but I'm happy to have my elemental resistances. I can assume he's weak to ice, but that's probably a bad idea. Let's try blinding him for a turn. I don't think it's gonna hurt. And then just punch him in the face. Not bad damage, okay. Yeah, tagged. Cool. 208 damage, but that's mitigated somewhat by the curse and the fire equipment. Hopefully. No blind. I don't think I care about blind. Let's go... try Blizzard. We'll see how much damage that does. I don't think it'll do a whole lot, but it's worth a shot. Oh, I need to re-equip the Fire Sword. Eh. Or he'll just die. You know, he didn't really have much in the way of HP. I haven't over-leveled my attacking. I understand now, and I hate it. Alright, let's see. I leave my spare ice shield. Go back to my slightly better hat. Or at least more thematic hat. This be Big Andre the Giant. The developers couldn't afford to draw a new Yeek sprite, so I'm just gonna be a sad recolor. Yeah. That's pretty much how it feels. Carrying too much. Alright, what am I getting rid of? Staff. Goodbye, staff. I don't think I'm ever gonna need the Knights again. I think that there's no real point in it. Power, maybe. Knights, no. Actually, is power better than flame? No. Anything else I can easily get rid of? I could chug on the lips. Ether. I don't need more ethers right now. Ice Shield, of course. After doing all the rejiggering... we go. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. I'm gonna guess this isn't where I'm supposed to go. Hard to tell. Bosses aren't much more difficult than random encounters. The random encounters are where the real danger is in this game. Yeah. Precisely, only actually one hard boss in this. Yeah, they do kind of look like beavers. Or maybe just like angry dogs. Oh wait, hold up. Don't want to do that. I don't need to curse the werewolves more than there already are. They're already pretty cursed. I'm curious if I've already beaten the really hard boss. But like, most of the time I've just been tagging with curse and then just going all out and it's worked out okay. I think mostly because I have a giant HP pool. Yeah, the teeth, I can see that too. I could read those as beaver teeth instead of being like a face full of actually scary teeth. Ow. Things to consider. Alright, cool. Ice Fist. I think Boober gets the Ice Fist. I can give her... Oh, Giant's Fist actually does raise attack. Do I care that much? I think giving her Ice Elemental resistance and higher defense matters more to me than her attack, but I might change my mind later. Honestly though, meanness all sincerity, the final dungeon of this game is when they actually decided to make a good, rewarding dungeon. They finally got there, and it shows in Final Fantasy III when they did a way better job. They did all the dungeons in FF2 and 1, with huge exceptions like when the enemies split the darkness bullshit at the end of the game. Yeah. I mean, I do kind of appreciate the end of the game bit, because it is suitably epic, in a way. But it's also oh, hey, cool, I did break the 4-digit mark. But it's also just a pain in the ass. Especially because I trolled myself with that. Like, I'm gonna go fight the final boss. Why would I explore the rest of this dungeon? Who does that? Completely and utterly stupid there. Don't spoil too much, we love the end dungeon of this game. Yeah, I'm hearing good things. I'm hearing good things from both of you. That's a good sign that the dungeon is actually good. All the final dungeons, the old Final Fantasies are excellent. I mean, once I figured out what to do in the final dungeon, really my only complaint with like Final Fantasy III's final dungeon is it really just needed a save point. If they'd punted us to the world map at some point, because clearly they demonstrated the ability to do multiple world maps, and gave me a save point after entering, I would have been pretty happy. But other than that, this is an ancient fight. Like, I'm gonna one-shot this dude. At least I think I am. Eh, just in case. Like the one in Final Fantasy III, but didn't buy shurikens, you're dead. I think the way I was set up in Final Fantasy III, I could have finished that boss fight without the shurikens, without any problem. I had the level of healing I think I needed to complete that game without the shurikens. Like, I probably would have just gone to town with my 2 ninjas, and then used healing every turn. And except if the Cloud of Darkness decided to, punch exactly one person, in which case I might have been in trouble, but I could easily have used one of my elixirs with one of my ninjas if I thought that was I was in trouble. So I think I was set up well enough that I did not need to worry. Oh, this part's getting confusing. There's at least 2 ways up. Had some help to get there by the end. Streaming of the game well. You would not enjoy that. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Going back and actually going back just for the sake of the extra levels helped a lot too. Increasing the HP pool and the healing thing. But I do think that without the shurikens I would have been okay. Without equipping the shurikens I would have been okay. Not necessarily that I would have been okay. Without having acquired the shurikens, I guess, might be a better way to phrase it. And in fact, when the battle started, I kind of forgot about them. Mostly because they're a weird mechanic that only exists for that one item. Like, most of the game, you're never... Any item... Like, I guess there were bows with arrows and stuff, so I guess you could have been using consumable stuff. But I just didn't really think much about it, because I stopped using bows partway through the game, because they just weren't doing anything for me. Using the staff casting was just better than bows, even if it was ineffective. It's very dual without. In fact, the shuriken in some ways make the game more difficult. Doing single heal cure 4s during the endgame instead of group cure 4s. Oh yeah, rotating them around turned out to be the smart move. Yes. But yeah, like the penalty for group healing is just so bad in that one. Like, the split penalty is bad in this one, too. I think in most Final Fantasies it's 3/4, but I think it's a lot worse in this one in Final Fantasy 3. At least I think it's 3/4 in 5 and 6, if I remember correctly. FF3 has a weird bug where if you re-equip your sword and shield in the middle of battle, it removes all buffs, like protect, shield... Oh, wow! I could see that being a problem. Ice armor. I did notice that he is presently in pain. We'll fix that. It's gonna be the same, right? Oh, ice armor's better. Yeah. Okay. Timbo got it. What's... Himbo got equipped. Blackguard. Yeah, Blackguard beats Flame Mail by a substantial margin for some reason. I am wondering if there's like a big effect if I equip the black garb on Boober instead of the white, that she might be a more effective caster. Alright, the way to go up from there is much closer to the exit, so I'm going to go through this area first. I remembered. It took me a moment, but I remembered. Is ice armor better? The game just recalculate your stats. Oh no, you're right. It's always hard to tell. Required to equip them, yeah. Because once you figure out the split cure 4 is way worse than single, it's not like Dark Cloud Flare Wave will guarantee kill you in 2 hits, then you don't need to do much grinding, yeah. Like, I just wonder what the deal with the calculation is. I probably should go look that up because I am curious. I'm never going to know for sure if anything is more effective in this game ever again because of this. Never again. I've also been stuck on Fire 7 for a long time. It'd be nice to move up to Fire 8. Not that I'm going to do the grinding to do it, aside from multicasting when I feel like it, but still. Pop that out. Escape. And dead. Excellent. See, just now I'm paranoid. Like... 81 still. Okay, it is definitely better by like 7. Is power better than giants? The power is better than giants. I guess we'll stick with that. Well, now... Okay, wait a second, wait a second. Trying to learn something here. Not certain it makes sense, because I've had the power... Why does her attack go up when she equips power? How fucking odd. But Butts doesn't. There's something to consider here. I'm just not certain what. Maybe it's to do with the fact that she has a bow equipped? Ice sword. How does it... 90. Why am I finding so many excellent things in this dungeon? Now, in fact, let's give him... Oh, thank you for the follow. I've been distracted. Game's weird programming. Resist the urge to explain. I appreciate you resisting the urge. That's a lot of critters. almost all of whom are largely irrelevant at this point in the game. A couple for that, and there we go. I just felt that it was going to be preemptive. It's hard to describe. Oh, this game's weird programming. Okay, I am definitely, like, I feel like in a normal Final Fantasy, there'd be a very good explanation as to why that's the reason it is, right? Like, oh yeah, the Power Glove in conjunction with the Ice Bow just happened to do that. But for some reason, in this game, I kind of doubt it. The staircase we gotta do a fight every single step. Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, definitely messed that one up. Worked out. Doo-doo-doo. You know, you might be onto something about this staircase. Come on. Oh no. Yeah, Himbo's easily confused. That's just kind of his lot in life. I think better of Ricardo, though. Ah, oh wait, I can get double confused somehow. Huh. That's silly. Alright, well. HP up time. I'm lucky maybe one of the other imps will escape. Yeah, Ricardo needed some extra HP anyway. And I'll finish this imp off before they have... Never mind. HP for everybody. Because we're lucky that way. Ah. Nope, just Ricard. Okay, so HP up for him. And Boober. And him. You know, you might be onto something about that encounter rate thing. But also, like, this is very much a who cares encounter. I remember Hill Gigas being threatening in, like, the second dungeon. Maybe the third dungeon? Like, that was forever ago. It's odd that there's such a mix in here. Oh, look, didn't even do damage. Did I hit that one already? Maybe. It's just odd there's such a wide range of monsters here, because usually monsters tend to be calibrated around the same level. And this one, clearly not. Guess I'll just cast fire on that one and hope it dies. And yeah, I know I'm rolling an MP, so I don't really have to care so much about being conservative with my healing. And if I need more, I can just osmose. It'll work. Alright, this is where the boss is. I'm gonna kill the boss, and then go back 2 floors to explore the other half, which is probably the dumb way of doing this. Does everyone have some sort of ice resistance? Yes. Everyone's health is pretty much reasonable. Well done! The mage began to grow! Ice Gigas, you say? Attack. I think I'll cast Fire on the Ice Gigas, just kind of considering my options. Flame Sword, sounds good. Tagged. He might not live the rest of this round. Yep. I one-rounded the Ice Gigas. That felt pretty good. Yeah, in most dungeons, I think this probably wouldn't have been a good strategy, but in this one, I think it is. Oh, it did take me... Okay, yeah, I miscounted the 2s. That's why I'm confused. Forgot the door counted as 1. There we go. See? I'm using Warp 2 intelligently. Kind of. Got a rock chuck at him? Yeah. He got better. He got better. Oh, what a silly game. And there goes the Hill Gigas. And there goes one of the bombs. His 700 damage is hard to resist. Warp 16. No, I remember this from Star Trek. You never go over Warp 8, or else bad things happen. I think it's either Warp 8 or 9. It tears holes in the time-space continuum, and Q comes by to bug you, and other weird shit happens. Never go over Warp 8. Unless, of course, you're also trying to, like, slingshot around the sun to go back in time, because that's a thing. That's a lot of imps! That was unexpected. Like sort of imp convention. I'll at least get rid of 3 before they get to go. Easy to dodge. Well, good thing they decided to waste their turns not doing Confuse 16 and confusing Himbo. Never mind. Imp party. Flee! Yeah, this isn't that bad, actually. Oh, fire does nothing. I should have been paying more attention. What a huge waste of time. Yeah, I know what I'm doing with this turn. I don't think imps are undead. So I'm going to instead osmose one of the ones in the back. At least that's my theory. We'll see if I'm right, and I'll have to pay attention for a moment. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. You never know. I hope I didn't... No. Well, nuts. My brilliant plan cost me 1 MP as opposed to granting me MP. Truly a travesty. Strength up. Nice. I could have walked around it, but I chose not to. Yeah, I really wish I'd done this section earlier. That would have saved me a bunch of time. Yeah, let's try to osmose one of these. We'll kill the other one. Warp 255. Or when you really want to leave the game. 16 is the cap. I mean, it's silly, but you would never want to use Warp 16. Like, is there even a dungeon with that many effective floors? No, not swap. Like, 16 just seems like way overkill. Like, think of how many times you have to cast Warp, too. Like, you'd have to... I guess it wouldn't be that bad. You just walk in, warp out, walk in, warp out. Like, you could do it. It wouldn't be that bad. Still silly. Ice Spear. Totally not worth it. Anyway, I'm going to warp 1 out of here, because that's the effective way of doing it. Back, can't sleep. That is unfortunate. The joke is you can do 255 door. Well, I was thinking, isn't there a glitch in Final Fantasy 1? Where something like that happens? Like, you go up the stairs enough times that you just beat the game or something weird like that. Because that's what I thought you might have been referring to. FF1. SMW, that's also the case, 255 indoors. Something I don't bother to see if people have fixed when moderating for some reason. General theory being, if you're worried about people 255 dooring your hack, that's probably your problem. I don't need to go and test that one out. Knew Zucati wasn't referring to the FF1 glitch. That's fair. Like Warp in FF3 where you can choose to go back to 45 floors or some random number even though no dungeon has more than like 5 floors. That sounds wrong. I feel like the Split dungeon has like 7. But I could easily be wrong on that count. It just felt like it had like 18. I don't know how obscure the glitch is. Oh, he's stoned. I don't know how obscure that glitch is nowadays. It's like, they did do a run of that, like, more than one GDQ, I think. Like, I vaguely remember watching someone do this more than once on a GDQ stream. Why is it always butts that get stoned? Did remember, though. No dungeon where warp actually works will send you back that many floors. Ah, fair. As a asterisk on that, that makes sense. Ambushed! Did not wish to be bushed. Splitting dungeon was like 5 or so floors. See, FF3 likes to give you dungeons where you go up and downstairs multiple times, so Celix feels like 12 floors, but it's only 5. Oh. That I did not know. I've had her using the blinding bow this whole time. There we go, much better. Did not recognize that one. Ugh, encounter rate. Hey, vampires are undead. Let's try not to steal their useful MP. Not sure why I thought that would be effective. Well, maybe Himbo will take that one out. Or not. Posting song lyrics. That is something people are doing. How you doing, Fries? We've been learning about the magic that is this game. And how well programmed it is. Long time since you listened to it out of the blue. I took one step. One effing step. You know what? I'm just gonna set the bug on fire. I just feel it. Great dungeon indeed. Oh yeah, they confuse, don't they? I probably should be a little more careful. Oh, there goes one at least. Not enough to kill the bugger. I think bugs are more weak to blizzard. Like, sea critters are weak to lightning. Most things are weak to fire, and then bugs do ice, I guess. I don't know. Alright, done with that fight. Ah! Yep. Only safe zone is liquid nitrogen pools. You know, it would be a very cold place if these were liquid nitrogen pools. I probably should heal Ricardo again. He just needs it a lot. Needs some personal attention from Himbo. Himbo's personal touch. In another life, Himbo was a masseuse. Or masseur. I just knew it. I knew there was going to be an encounter on the stairs. It just had to happen. Alright, there we go. Supposed to be like liquid nitrogen or snow in the remakes that portrayed as icy spikes. It's always the stairs. Yes, it is. It's always the stairs. How you doing, Supreme Menace? Oh, man, I almost read your name as Super Meme Ennis. Does not make sense. But it's good. It's good name. Yeah, this is my first time playing this, so I'm getting to experience a whole lot of interesting things all at once. Like going back down 2 floors to get an item I didn't even care about. It's purple now. That probably means everything around here is going to be poisonous. I didn't bring my anti-poison gear. But I also think poison's all that effective in this game, so it probably doesn't matter. Super Meme would be a nice name change sometime. It wouldn't be a bad way to go. It's, of course, white glue. Just get out your glue gun. A Nevil ghost. That's what you're common in the streets. The floor behind the slaughter. Yeah, I'm glad I went with my instincts. I'm carrying too much. No! It's all equipment, too, at this point. Like, I'm not even using ethers. Have an ether. Why not? Box. Potion. Goodbye, potion. Just a very thick white goo. Soviet Wumble series. Don't think it's gonna make a difference when I actually do that multicast. You can change the case of any letter in your username? I didn't know that. Like, I know that you have the ability to have a display name in addition to your login name. And I've definitely had some bugs around when people had display names that had, like, Korean characters in them. Probably should make sure that I fixed most of those at some point. But I don't have an account that actually does that kind of thing. I don't really want to do that to Speedy Catbot, because Speedy Catbot remains useful. And that's less annoying if I don't do that. And you have Bill Ghost. Change your name, you can't change it again for 2 more months, but you can change the case of a letter if you want to change as many times as you want. Interesting. Did not know that. Wonder which one that affects. Okay, cool. There's nothing that way. That looks like it could be the way to go. Hard to say. Originally went by an evil dude. One Halloween, change your name to an evil ghost. It wasn't until the middle of January you realized your holiday was change. It's like, yeah, I like this better. I just leave my holiday name setting on SMW Central with like the million parentheses. Or, I know I had that last year. I think I had just Pat, C, and then a bunch of D's and A's. Like a ridiculous number of them. Remember Louis commenting on it, like, dear God, because I kept I was stretching pages. Just little parts of pages, not actual pages. Be bad for one of the moderators to be doing such silly things if it actually broke the site. But still, one long, unbroken name. Before you made an SMW account, this is in 2018. Okay. Yeah, we said holiday name change. I assumed you were talking about those, because holiday names are a thing for SMW Central. Let's see how long it takes for the change to come into effect. Instantly, apparently. And that's interesting. So, a small secret, I don't think it matters too much. For my chat client, MD5 people's, or hash people's usernames to decide what color they're going to be on the chat client to my left. So I can look at names and discern them more easily. And for the most part, this has worked fairly well. Your name just changed color from a sort of pale lime green to bright fucking pink. It goes very well with your name now. Yeah, actually, hold up a sec. Let me post that to, like, Discord. Hopefully it'll work this time. I've had trouble with it in the past by clicking and dragging. It won't click and drag, that's fine. Now let me set up the next round first. Upload file. Desktop. Screenshot. No, that's not the right one. There's one I found from Google, which unhelpfully answered the question, asked the question, which episode from Top Gear has the car? Which is not a really useful question to ask. It definitely suits you better. It's nice to go back to lime green. There we go. Just do this so people can see it. Here's what it looked like at transition. Just for history's sake. Ah, I'm ambushed. There's something so funny about an ambush starting with all these people running away from me. There we go. But yeah, I like the Courier new. It makes it easier to read. Slightly easier font size. As people know, I don't read the best when streaming for obvious reasons. Or sometimes unobvious reasons. Gonna kill you. Oh, you're stronger. Yeah, I like the idea of enemies running from you. Like, Earthbound has that kind of property, right? Where once you get too strong, enemies actively run away from you on the world map, and I think that's really nice. Just saves everyone a bunch of time. And I kind of feel like that might be what's happening here, but I don't think the game thinks that hard, if that makes sense. I think the enemy scripts are just weird. But we'll see. Okay, attack. He's been poisoned. Himbo's not going to get anything done anyway. May as well see if he can cure the poison. I'm not optimistic that Himbo will be able to cure poison, but it never hurts to try. And of course it didn't work. At least the poison floor hasn't had too much in the way of poison. Behind the floor, the poison floor. Still don't know what the fuck a poison door is supposed to be. And I'm not willing to look it up. Oh, we might actually finish this fight before we get to... Nope, never mind. We'll get to Boober's turn. We might not even kill the red jelly. We'll see soon. No, now it did work. Hooray! Always great they have just enough HP to survive a multicast. We're going to cast it again. I'm at a point where I have to get like 2 multicasts, which is unfortunate. There are 3 multicasts usually. Yeah, I don't care about that. In fact, I'm pretty sure I picked up one of those like way earlier in the game. Forgot to cure his poison. And I get ambushed, which means it's going to take forever. The jellies will do nothing, and the red souls will be annoying, and that's how it just has to be. Well, I guess actually, mostly, we're not taking that much damage anymore because I've got, you know, ice shields and fire things on people. He's been poisoned again. Well, maybe it's for the best I didn't bother to cure his poison. No. Back up Himba. Just enough to be the worst kind of annoying, slightly. Oh! I see you just changed your name. Cool. I noticed mostly because of the color change. As I showed off a little bit earlier. One of the upsides of doing all of my tech myself is I can choose how these things work. No more confusing with Super Meme. Makes a good deal of sense. Makes a good deal of sense. Praise the underscore. Come on. Alright, cool. They're all gonna die. That's a good fight to be over. At least I got something out of that fight. At least I got something out of that fight. Neville. Neville's a real name. It's true. Eh? I don't trust it. I'm gonna heal up anyway, just to be sure. All it cost me is some MP, and I got plenty of that now. Not quite what I was expecting for a boss. But this is fine, too. Mage called out sick. I guess he probably had food poisoning. Thank you all. I'll see myself out. What have you started? Good question, Fries. Good question. Alright. Let's see what's up the next floor. Alright, guess there wasn't anything up the next floor. It's very open now. I think most of them could finish off an imp in one shot anyway, so let's give it a shot. There goes another imp. There goes another imp. And... when did I assign that in? Must have been Boober. That's a dead imp. Excellent. Check out this door. Oh, I found the right door on the first try. I'm not ready for the right door yet. Carrying too much. What do I have that's crap that I don't want? Just use the Ether, I guess. And I can equip a Phoenix down on him just in case. It feels like I shouldn't throw away my Phoenix downs. Unicorn Horn, though, is pretty useless. Didn't run, bless his heart. Yeah. Good on you, Imp. Good on you. Boober shoots an arrow at the Imp. Ah, my fucking kneecaps! I mean, be honest, if you got shot in the knee with a pretty effective arrow, you'd be unhappy with life. That's a dead basilisk. Alright. See what's in another one of these doors. After getting the chest, of course. Hermishoe. Hermishoe. Okay, disappointments in this one. Pretty good at finding disappointment. Hermishoes, nice. I mean, if I thought they were an equipable item, I'd probably find them interesting. My guess is they probably cast, like, haste based upon other Final Fantasies. Like, if I use it in battle, it'll cast haste all at once. And so it fits one of the criteria of, like, too awesome to use items, which is kind of bad. It's Floey the Flower. Oh man, I had a fun time fighting Floey. I didn't realize that you could actually lose that fight, so I played it very cavalier. And then I still won first try, which was kind of amazing. Apparently it took Katoon a few tries, so I feel pretty good about my Undertale skills. Alright. One more door down. Probably could have routed that a little bit better. Another tedious fight. Reminds me of that Futurama bit, where there's a sign for tedious debate in the Centaurs area. Regretting having him do that. Maybe I should have had him do... Yeah, I should have had him attack. Oh well. Tedium in this game? Not a true Undertale master until you memorize a Sans fight like you did in high school. Yeah, I didn't end up fighting Sans. I didn't do Genocide route. Last time you played the game. Fair. One of Zucotti's requests, if something else had not worked out, was to take the genocide files that he had handed me and do those fights. But because of how it ended up washing out, I am not going to do that and instead play Deltarune at some point in the vaguely near future. Since conditional requests are weird, and then the other one fell through to Zucotti's next conditional request, so... As I can tell you, I'm working through them as quickly as I can. I want to get Fire 8, I wasn't even paying attention. But yeah, once I get back, I'm gonna message Louis about getting... Oh, I got Leet. That's pretty cool. About... Oh, right. I already did this, didn't I? Gonna be an old man. By the time Deltarune gets finished, as in the actual series, or by the time I get around to finishing it. Possibly true either way. And Ricard's poisoned again when I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, you're doing fire. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they're what up to, he's up to what, chapter 2? I want to say chapter 2 came out fairly recently. One will probably explode by then. Possibly. The sun will explode by then, possibly. By the time the game gets finished, yeah. I mean, Toby's pretty much set for life off of Undertale, so... he can kind of do things at his own pace, if he wants to. Which is kind of good for him, but not ideal for everyone else, necessarily. So hopefully he doesn't get into the, like, Raymond E. Feist, or not Raymond E. Feist, what's his name? Crap, why am I drawing a blank on this guy? The Song of Feist, the Song of Feist and Ire. The Song of Ice and Fire guy. Gotta do more collaborations with the YouTubers first? Probably. Or Patrick Dreyfuss, either way. Don't get into that sort of mode of never finishing things off. Pokemon took an interest and got some songs. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Got to kill the poison. I mean, it's quite the honor. In addition, like, he already, you know, he got into Smash kind of with his own song and with the Sans outfit for an amiibo fighter. A Wii character fighter. Which is pretty cool. Not quite as cool as getting an actual character in, but still pretty damn close. Like, I'm pretty sure that was the only, like, indie game that got that kind of treatment. Everything else that got into the Smash, even properly, was a lot bigger. Speaking of Sans, someone about a Sans player sprite. I think I saw that, and I think it was 32 by 32, so I couldn't actually use it, which was a drag. Means I probably should sit down and finish my 32 by 32 converter, but it may not look right for Sans, unfortunately. Megalovania was originally an Earthbound hack, yeah. Made its way into Smash, full circle, yup. In its Halloween hack. I've never played it, I've heard it's interesting. In the sense of, like, one of those RPGs that, like, has a surface that looks pretty normal and then gets really weird if you do the right things. Like Kanye Quest. Where if you do the right things, like, it tries to get you to join a cult. Not even kidding. Too much. Too soon. Unicorn Flame Horn was what I was gonna ditch. You know, it'd be nice if I could ditch all of those random items I picked up. Spider Silk. This floor has been a bust in terms of cool stuff. Halloween hack is. Yeah, I've heard it is. It's not the kind of thing I would want to play, necessarily, on or off stream. I've heard it's quite something. You're killing me here. Don't describe it, but it's very clear it's made by a 17-year-old in 2008. You know, I played something kind of like that on stream once. There was a sort of point-and-click adventure game made by Cliff Balazinski, or whatever his name is. The guy who I think runs Epic now. And it was, you know, 90s edgy and clearly made in Visual Basic. You can kind of get that feeling. Alright, let's do this. I guess... No, wait, what am I doing? Use Boober. Boober can actually get her MP back. Probably unnecessary, but it really doesn't hurt to heal Ricardo. Well done! The mage began to grow! Make my mage grow! Thunder Gigas. Oh, didn't see that coming. Probably should have equipped my meager Thunder gear. I don't know what's gonna really work on a Thunder Gigas. Like, Fire and Blizzard makes sense, but there's not, like, another elemental affinity. I'm just gonna cast Fire for the hell of it. No, wait a second. Wait. Hold up. Tag him first. Then cast Fire. And then just attack. Balancing that hack was god-awful, like the earliest enemies would just murder you in a single hit and never got better. Ew. That's not fun. It's good to see his design ideas had evolved massively beyond that point. That's not what I want. I just want to hurt him. I don't think casting is going to make a lot of sense here. We're just going to go for attacks. And I didn't even pay attention to see if I got the curse proc. It probably doesn't matter. Got the curse proc that time. I guess it did matter. Decent damage. Apparently this is the actual boss. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah, going for it was the right call. And Ricardo gets HP up, hopefully. No Gil, though. And Confusion. Goodbye, Spider Silk. I guess we'll put Confuse on somebody. It's one of those, like, one of those things I just expect I'm never gonna use. Good job, Butts. You get Confuse. Game with Fire, Ice, Thunder, Elemental Trio. Thunder seems to be the weird one out when it comes to affinities. Yeah. I liked what Chrono Trigger did. You had the three-way affinity, and then the remaining type was sort of an Omni type, which was useful. I'm gonna go up one more floor, and then I think it might be time for another quick stretch break. It's time for another quick stretch break. Alright, enjoy the music. I will be right back. Alright, and we're back. Fire monster, cast ice on it. Ice monster, cast fire on it. Thunder monster? Yeah, who knows? No one ever knows what to do with those. Did I put him back to ice? There we go, I did. Earlier, did you say the Confuse spell? Yes, I got the Confuse spell. It was great. It dropped off of the Thunder Mage, I believe. And I put it on Butts because I expected to never use it. Maybe I should. How was my stretch? It was good. Very rare find. Oh, interesting. Zero and ZX had an interesting take on Fire, Ice, Lightning. They made Ice weak to Fire, Fire weak to Lightning, and Lightning weak to Ice. Yeah, that's somewhat similar to what Chrono Trigger did. I think it was Ice beats Fire, Thunder beats Ice, Fire beats Thunder? I forget, but it was very much a normal triangle for that kind of thing. And they told you up front how that worked, which was really nice once you got access to actual elemental spells beyond the flamey ones that you get access to with Luca. That aren't really spells, just flamey attacks. Leads to awkward situation. A fair drop. I used it on Butts. I don't think it was probably the best call, but it happened. Osmos next fight. Awkward situation with aquatic enemies, which are classed as ice. Being weak to fire, which famously works underwater. That is a little odd, I will grant you that. I will grant you that. It's one of those, maybe we shouldn't base our ideas about elements on the theories of the ancient Greeks sort of moments. There's a lot more elements these days than just the 4. They got fire flowers. Those do work underwater. And in fact, most fireworks also work underwater. I can tell you that from experience. It's not a good idea to do that, but you know, you can. At least this is going pretty quick. I wonder how many more floors there are. It's clearly going to be one of those. There's 18 doors. I'll have to try each one. Sort of dungeons. Right, I was going to osmose. I feel like the dragon thing is going to be the most osmosable option. I think I've got a good shot of butts one-shotting now. Never mind. Never mind, he also one-shot it. I played this just right. Also got no idea what's going on with these Toy Story Buzz Lightyear platforms. They don't do anything special and they're only in this one room. That is a bit odd, I'll grant you that. Water in the fire, yep. She was so confounded by that. I don't know, I kind of see them as like bar stools. And the remakes, they're just normal floor tiles. That makes a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Yeah, fire bars being underwater is definitely a weird thing to happen. Gonna depart for now. Might magically reappear in the next few streams. Alright, well have a good day, Supreme Menace. Or good sleep, depending upon what your time zone is. Hope to see you back next time. Though you never quite know what I might be streaming. It may or may not be Final Fantasy II. It's probably SMW, though. Just probably. I've chosen a poor pathing for this room, but I'm sticking with it. I guess I could also use Warp. Just to avoid the extra encounter chance. Eh. It's a lot of imps. Yeah, the odds of a Thursday stream happening are pretty low right now. Because I'll be traveling. But I'll take some gear and we'll see what happens. Something that's kind of a drag in the future. Like, I'm planning to go to the East Coast sometime in May. And something that's kind of a drag is that currently my work machine is x86, so I can, you know, play games on it by booting into the Windows partition. But I'm getting an upgrade while I'm at work when I'm heading to the office, and that one will be an ARM computer. And so that won't work anymore. And so I can only play games that work on ARM Mac OS, which is a pretty low amount of games in the grand scheme of things. So we'll have to see how that works. Also, doing OBS on Mac OS will be a fun pain. Do the same terrible routing after talking about how you check one side and the other and kicking yourself to check the room this way. No, I've committed to this, Desi. We're doing it. This is how it has to happen now. Like, I said I'm gonna do it this way, and it's gonna happen. What's up, Vintage? How you doing? Supreme's got work in the morning, so he's gotta go. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I have work in the morning too, but my time zone's a lot more amenable to these things. Ow. Really, I'm just waiting for the fire to kick in. Come on. Come on, fire. And of course, they have to cast annoying multicast spells. Pretty good as playing Breath of the Wild mod. Oh, nice. Yeah, I broke the 1K barrier a few times now, but only with butts. No other character has really gotten much damage other than him. Despite the fact I think Himbo still has a higher overall attack stat. So, but it's good to break the 1K barrier, just in general. It's a good feeling. A very good feeling. Yeah, the upgrade from like Flame Sword to Ice Sword. I think I hit something that was weak to Flame with the Flame Sword. When you play FF4, you like to see how quickly you hit 4 digits. Interesting. Like particular strategies or finding early equipment. Well, on the bright side, there's only 2 more doors. I'd be curious what the strategies are, but I probably should play Final Fantasy IV to completion at some point. I think I stopped a bit after you go through the tower with the fire elemental dude. Because I think there's a fire elemental dude in it. Earliest was with Tella, remembering Thunderga during an Octomorph fight. Okay. Octomammoth fight. It has been so long oh, that's the one I want. Legitimately forgotten how the mechanics of that game work. I remember, like, Porum and Polum had, like, their twin thing where you could cast fancy spells, but you had to wait a long-ass time for it to happen, and you didn't get to choose what fancy spell you got. FF4 is so blasé. Way more fun as a rando, otherwise not your cup of tea. I think 4 is where they really wanted to try, like, a heavily story-based game with, like, a serious story. Which, again, definitely not necessarily everyone's cup of tea. And, of course, I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy V's incredibly slapstick story where, you know, the evil villain's biggest worry is a turtle. I still like that. Restricted it with party creation? Yeah. You're kind of bound to whatever they give you throughout the whole game. I mean, you get to keep Cecil the whole time, but still. Not quite the same. That reminds me. Now that I don't care about Ice Elemental, I should give Boober back her giant fist. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna test this really quick. He's at the power right now. Give him the ice back. Which is better for her, the giant or the power? 77. 77. Okay, power's slightly better for her. Huh, how weird. And I bet it makes no difference here. Equipment is weird in this game. Really effing weird. Oh, and for the hell of it. Just to make sure something happens. Because Richard has that property too. I've become mildly paranoid. We'll go over there, check the last door to see if there's treasure. Flare, you say? Well, these are new. I'll just drop a fire on the back one. Probably should have tried to osmose them. FF4, one-dimensional. Yang's personality is the brave warrior and he has a wife. Everyone's one-dimensional. Yeah. PSP and GBA, they allow you to swap out party members to the final dungeon, but there's not a lot of overlap with the characters. Like, why would you pick Polum over Rydia when Rydia knows the same black magic and a bunch of useful summons? Exactly. FF5 is an excellent story. Even on the ghost shipwrecked area in the beginning, you get more character development you see in all of Final Fantasy IV. It probably helps you have the same party, more or less, the whole way through. In Final Fantasy IV. I'm gonna osmose... There's no way that's gonna... I'm getting 40... Oh man, that's an interesting idea. Maybe next time I run into an 8-stack area, I might just do that. Let's see what happens. Well, I kind of hoped it would just kill him. That didn't really work. Also, Himbo is now incredibly fast for reasons I don't fully understand. Polum is a better mage and summons are slow and suck. Ah, man. Every single action hero in Eggshell. I think summons are 4 fairly quick. Stuff like Meteor, they take forever. We can connect with the characters in 6, even though they all split up many times. I mean, they have better, like, subplots in 6, too. Like, that's one thing I like that Square kind of started doing. I don't know, around, like, 6 and Chrono Trigger. It was near the end of the game, they gave every character, like, an extra quest or 2 to do. To sort of expand upon their characters. You know, like, you have Terra... Oh, Ricard's dead. Great. You have Terra with the kids. And, like, Chrono Trigger, you get to do things like... find the Rainbow Shell and reunite Luca and her father, or Marl and her father and all that. Find out what happened to the robots. I really shouldn't have taken this fight cavalierly. This is a problem. This is a huge problem. Still confused? Still confused. And of course, life didn't take. I got one of them. Glad he missed. And glad he wasted his time attack-upping. That wasn't much. I'm not really sure this is the good way to go. I think that Butts has to attack Himbo. I don't think he has a choice. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, well... that was bad. Oh good, he came back. Okay, this fight is very winnable now. Yeah, I should not have taken this fight cavalierly. These guys kicked my butt. Christ! Right, this was a box fight. I shouldn't have treated this like a regular fight. That's what I get for not paying attention. Completely get for not paying attention. That would have sucked if I had actually gotten kicked out of the dungeon because of that. And there was a good chance of that happening. I'll re-chat again in a minute, because, man, I did not play that right at all. I'm feeling mildly embarrassed about it, to be honest. FF6's characters slap really hard. FF7 slap harder, literally. It's true. Tifa's got quite the bitch hand. Or, the bitch slap. Pimp hand. Alright, there we go. Next fight, we might be spending time harvesting MP. Alright, let Himbo finish this off. Yeah, that was bad. I don't remember what the item I got out of the box was. Was it something I was excited about? Oh, Flare. I mean, I feel like it's so late in the game to actually learn a new magic spell and use it. Like, I'm not using Holy. Protect, I don't think I'm ever going to bother learning. To a point where it's useful. I guess we'll pick up Flare and give it to her since she's the only caster, really. It's just, I don't know. Maybe Ultima's going to be worth learning. Good of a game is Chrono Triggers don't feel connected with any of the characters. They're all just heroes and the story moves forward with very little character development. Even the thing with Luca's mom was not impactful because of how distant she was from the character the entire game. Chrono Cross has many flaws, but most of the characters are designed to be more relatable. What the fuck? He's confused again! I am mildly annoyed at this fact. I actually shouldn't do that. Chrono Cross has many flaws, but most of the characters are more relatable. Could relate to the Strawdon than a single character in Chrono Trigger. Plot is indeed good. Yeah, the plot in Chrono Trigger is a lot stronger than the individual characters. That is definitely true. He's still confused. I gotta finish this fight fast, because it's just gonna wreck her. Oh, that helped. Nope, he's still confused. Hit himself in confusion. They're in the back row. That's why this is sucking. Oh, no. Just realized. Oh, that's annoying. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Try to kick him out of it. I don't know if it's going to work. Getting hit by confusion twice. Really annoying. And there goes my effective character. Like, the best thing I could do right now is kill Butts. So that I can actually get these guys to attack, I think? I don't know. Is there a way to switch rows? Wait, what am I doing? Flee. For the love of God, flee. I have multiple options here. Let's stop being dumb. And I do have a Phoenix down, which is exactly what I need right now. I have played these last two fights so badly, it's not even funny. Yeah, I'm trying to think about other things, trying to reason about plot and everything, and it's not working. Probably. But if nothing else, really, the place I screwed up was I didn't put them back in the front row, which is one of these game's worst mechanics. There we go. Tell you anything about Protect if you're not going to use it at all? Yeah, I'll wait to the end. I mean, I've read what it did, I think. It said it made it harder to hit. Or something, but eh. Yeah, Flee was the right decision. Definitely the right decision. Alright, let's try this out. See if it overcomes. Mysidian Tower, indeed. The plot is really good, that's why you don't think the character's bad, or the game is bad. It's excellent, but character development is not there. Yeah. I just appreciate that you get to go back and see some of the things. Adds a little bit to the game for me. And Final Fantasy VII kind of has some of those things, but not quite in the same amount. Like, I just like having little subquests at the end. Things like going and getting the limit breaks are kind of like that, but they're a little more impersonal in Final Fantasy VII. Chrono Cross has a lot of characters, and an awful lot of them have like a nice little short character arc. And almost all of them have a weird vocal tick. They were actually really proud of their software to generate the vocal ticks. It was all done automatically because they didn't want to have to rewrite the script like 18 times. One of those weird things. Whereas Chrono Cross's plot is a true mess. There's so much weird shit going on in that. You can't explain what happens in Chrono Cross in anything less than like an 8-paragraph essay. Whereas Chrono Trigger, at least you can explain it without too much trouble. Love the vocal tick idea. I mean, it depended upon the character. I didn't mind some of them, but people like Orcha, I kind of hated everything ending in cha. It's one of those things I suspect works a little bit better in Japanese, where these vocal ticks are like part of the accent. And Poshu is kind of fun to do her lines with, at least. Poshu you despise, see, exactly. What was it? Do you think the spontaneously combusted is the best Poshu line in the entire game? Especially because, like, you get Poshu so early, it's actually worth having her in your party. It's a weirdly paced game. And the value of having a third member in your party is really high. And other mechanics in that game just are not fully developed. You have, like, the triple techs and double techs that are basically Easter eggs. I think there's, like, what, 2 triple techs in the whole game? Maybe? And one of them requires turning, Sprig into a specific monster for it to work. Like, I cannot believe anybody figured that out without data mining. But given the era, they probably did. 2 triples, yeah. Remember the Dragon Quest games when they got remade, they had the dialogue rewritten to have include the character's accent? Huh. I wouldn't have thought that Dragon Quest would have much in that way, but I've never actually played a whole Dragon Quest game. Or much outside of, like, the very first one. And not much... Actually, no, I have played all of Dragon Quest Monsters. That is a game I have definitely played all of. One of them. I forget it was 1 or 2. It was probably 1. That was a fun game, you know, as far as Pokemon clones go. Anyway, Osmos hitting level 2 is a really nice feather in her hat. What next? The green floor! Those are tall walls, so I definitely want to go this way. Ambushed. At least they won't confuse anybody. Alright, well, that answers how we're going to do this fight. Oh, man. Hourglass. Is it a phantom hourglass? The world may never know. Okay, I think I'm on the very bottom of the map. Actually helps a little bit. No, don't flee. Osmos. Y'all are wrong. Okay. Don't have a problem with the idea, but some characters like Ragnar had a thick Scottish accent to the point where it's nigh impossible to understand on your first few reads. Yeah, the Scottish accent is one that is really tricky. I listened to a book on tape by same guy who did Treasure Island, Stevenson, I think. And the dude's Scottish accent, the reader's Scottish accent, in conjunction with the actual Scottish text, made it really hard to understand what was going on at times. Not to mention some of the archaic language. I still love that there was a guy who was explaining how he was bad at planning and said, if I was a man of greater penetration. Which is still hilarious to me. It's a very strange usage of that word. Well, that took care of one basilisk. Bunch of triple text, but most of them require you to have Chrono. Yeah, Chrono is at the center of all triple text and Chrono Trigger. It's Chrono Cross we're talking about, where there's exactly 2 triple texts. I want to say one is like Surge, Glenn, and I forget who the third person was. And the other one requires like an insane party. I forget exactly what. One of them requires Spring to be transformed into a different form, and I don't remember what it was. And it's something like Ozzy, so like you'd never get it until post the end game. Carrying too much as usual. Alright, goodbye, Cross. Never played Cross? Don't blame you. Alright, not gonna take this cavalierly. That's a big-ass dragon. You see, this is the kind of fight where it's pretty obvious I shouldn't take this fight cavalierly. That's a big-ass dragon. Also, boss music. That would be another indication why I should not take it so cavalierly. That did nothing. Did curse, though. Fire damage is good, okay. Fire damage is really good. Alright, well, this is probably gonna do nothing. Let's see what the Ice Sword does. Let's not use the Ice Bow. That's silly. Yeah, I was not expecting the boss. But thankfully, I acted in accordance. Okay, ice didn't matter. Cool. Boss over. That was scary. Story is just confusing and edgy. There's some parts of the story that are really interesting, and then there are some parts that are absolutely just... They wanted to out-Evangelion for some reason. Which is not a good way to write your story. But it was the style at the time. Boss music is bugged? Really? Intriguing. Tell me more. Because I am curious. And yeah, Osmos has broken the spreadsheet economy for me in this game. Like, I'm completely fine in this dungeon now. It'd be nice if the other people in my party had Osmos, but I don't care. Like, worst comes to worst, what I could do if I legitimately cared is swap with one of them. And then Osmos myself back to health. MP health, which would work eventually. It's annoying, but it would totally work. Remember to heal Ricardo. Even the double techs were pretty hard to find in Chrono Cross, or even Justify. The only one only 2 I think I ever used. There was one where you had the not Magus character, and you combined him with like the weird, creepy magician dude who had like a sniff as his like verbal tick. And then the other one, which was pretty easy to get, was Draggy Rider, which you had the character who I think is Isla's like grandmother or great-grandmother or something, and the miniature dragon in your party. And the miniature dragon's just a fun character. I liked having Draggy around. But a Dragon or Behemoth for the first time was supposed to play that music, and then in all subsequent Dragon and Behemoth fights, they were supposed to play normal battle music. But the game is bugged, and every Dragon and Behemoth gives you that music. The Pixel remasters fixed the bug and only hit the music once. Good example of a pleasant bug that had no business fixing. Yeah, I agree, that's a shame. Absolute shame they took that out. Because that's actually fun. And that dragon was still dangerous. Even if I'd fought a dragon like that before, that one was still a very dangerous dragon. That's the correct door. I'm amazed I haven't run into an encounter yet. I also forgot to equip the thing that I got out of there. I think one more Osmos for the course. No, actually, I'm gonna multicast it. Just for fun. Like the all-white background here. It's like you're inside the clouds. Yep. There goes one imp. There goes two imp. Well, at least I'll get something out of this. I'll get one bit of osmosing. Probably not all that much worth it. Yeah, 8. That was not worth it. Yeah, this has been a cool dungeon. It reminds me of the same sort of thing in Breath of Fire. They had a dungeon that was based upon the seasons, and as you went up the dungeon, the stuff changed in time. It was actually a really fun gimmick. Very excited for what's coming up next. The ice lizard running away. Because he sure dang run away. Gotta be a big-ass boss fight up here soon. I see. I see. Alright, well. I guess we're fighting Minwu. Maybe this was his true calling all along. I could have done this with 2 regular casts and they actually would have been full up. You've come at last. The seal on this door is extremely strong. I'll give it all I've got. Stand back. Man, that's an awesome spell. Minwu! Go through the door. This was my destiny. Minwu! Aw, man. I'm never getting my equipment back. Alright, that was a nice, noble sacrifice of his. What am I looking at here? Ignore orbs, walk through. Alright, well, I guess I'll stop ignoring orbs. Yeah, looking forward to inventory management? Was that really it? Please don't tell me I have to throw away 5 fucking things. The crystal responds. I will bestow upon thee the ultimate magic. Receive the ultimatome. Well, that was cool. I expected a bit more, honestly. Don't lay a finger on him. Oh no, why does he doing these things? How you doing, Blarg? Yeah, Blarg. The Pokemon gym leader. I wanted to fight him. Well, I thought he was going to be possessed by evil or something, you know? I don't know. Sad to say the other orbs had good upgrades? Random stat upgrades. Well, it goes to show you my problem with talking to the center thing first. I'm thinking about this. It took forever to go up that dungeon even without the monsters. It's not worth it? Okay. Then I'm not doing it. That's cruelty right there. Absolute cruelty. Only worth it if you have save states to abuse. Just reset the game. Nope, nope, nope. Even resetting the game, I'd have to go all the way up there again and get all this random crap. No, I'm sad. Right, let's see if Black Robe's better. Black Robe is better than White Robe. Okay. Let's see if Butts can upgrade to White Robe. No. How about Ricard? Mildly better. I do have Ultima now. So let's remove another piece of crap from Boober. Not Flare. Drain. Scourge? I've never cast Basuna. I may never cast Basuna. Stop. I'm gonna get rid of Stop. You know, I've earned Ultima. At least I've been able to cast it once today. Let's find out what Ultima looks like, at least. spoke to the bottom two, and then you spoke to the middle, and you were sad. I am at least... Yeah, I have Ultimate level 1. Gotta say, I'm not enthused about raising up a spell that much, especially one that doesn't come with innate multi-targeting, which is usually how Ultima works in most other Final Fantasies. Or at least Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VI. Boltfish? Huh. We're dealing with a much, much fancier fish now, I just realized. Wonder what changed in the world that would have caused this. Because I don't remember running into Boltfish before in the open ocean. Wait till we share. Got a story to tell you about Ultima. Ultima is bugged. 86 damage on neutral isn't terrible. Oh. I don't know if I want to do that, but fair. It'd be more fun. What changed in the world? Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, the thing about it, I'm wondering, is it even worth training at this point? Like, it does 203 damage for 1 mana. Unless fish are innately weak to Ultima, I feel like I should just be spamming this spell from now on. Because, like, I was doing 200, maybe 100 and change on things that were neutral to fire, right? Ultima is one of the most fascinating things to talk in the gaming in general. Do you mean, like, the concept of Ultima in Final Fantasies? Or do you mean literally this specific spell in Final Fantasy II? Because that worries me. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. I was on the town! I was on the town! Fine. We swap with green. This version. Okay. Not to use. Okay, I just want to be clear with this. Is using Ultima dangerous to my save game? Is it going to wreck my save game? That's the question I would like to have answered very directly. Yeah, these are more dangerous monsters than I'd usually run into in this area. I think getting Ultima might have made the world a more dangerous place. But these still aren't all that dangerous. Nothing corrupts data, just heavily bugged. Okay. Just crap, not a missing no thing? Okay. They wanted to make it do more than it did. Interesting. Yes! Got it! Now we can murder everybody else. Interesting. So worth. Haste. That seems good. Mithril, not for me. That town is destroyed. That sure is different. I'm saving now out of paranoia. How about this town? Everybody's dead. Well, that sucks. Everybody's dead. Just says it all right there. Everybody's dead, Dave. Eva Kachansky? Everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody. FFT, when you cast spell, sometimes your character will say some words when casting a spell. So when you cast Ultima, it says, open 7 doors to reach a Tower of Power, Ultima, to reference the Mysidian Tower you're in. Oh, okay. Would never have guessed that. That's kind of cool. I remember liking these sword tech ones. They had some really good ones in the Sword Tech class. Okay, so if everyone's dead, except the people who sell things, thankfully. Selling too much. No. Haste, I think, is actually useful. Haste was great in Final Fantasy 3, so I definitely want to keep that. Let's sell other crap I don't think I'm going to need. Oh, right. I really should look at my equipment and make those decisions really quick. He's triple iced. He doesn't need to be triple iced, but ice is better there. Flame shield's neutral, so let's go with that. Or diamond shield? I think more things use fire than lightning. Assuming diamond shield even does that, which I have no proof. Himbo has ice and just ice and black garb. Yeah, I think that's fine. He's got the white robe, which is pretty much 6s. I think I'll go with flame instead. Yeah, I can sell most of the crap. I can sell my extra ice shield, I think. We'll go from there. Don't need the giant glove. Got an extra flame armor. Don't need the ice spear. Flame bow never ended up using. Wizard staff never ended up using. Wing sword? Probably done with that. I guess I'll save one of these spears. I probably should save the ice one in retrospect. Maybe I'll reset. Going to bed? Alright, see you later, real ghost. Sleep well. I'm gonna reset. Because I just saved. I think. I hope. I hope I just saved. I think I just saved. Oh, Nasir, please tell me I just saved. Otherwise, I'm going to have a very unhappy time in the near future. Yeah, that's one. Good, I did save! This is when the plot in the game gets interesting. Wonder if I've been massively betrayed or something. Alright, let's go take out the item stuff first. Wait, what about... Hold up, we need to find out if, Steve is okay. He's fine. Paul, sorry. How do you fight a cyclone? What an odd question. What an odd question for you to ask, Paul. With fists. There's a bit in... Oh god, what was it? A bit in Colossal Cave Adventure, where you have to fight a dragon, and it asks, "What do you fight it with? Your bare hands?" And you can just, and the correct response to solve the puzzle is to say, "Yes, with my bare hands." Which I think is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I'm not gonna change anything here. Boober's got the flame helmet, power glove. Was Giant better? No. And then he has white robe. I was going to switch to flame. That was the one change I was going to make. I don't think the white robe is better. Like, I don't know if it, like, boosts specific spells, but I get more defense with black robe, so... Deb's fighting words. Wait for the record state you tried. You did try, and the record will state it. It will be baked in forever on that screen. I'll buy another giant hat. I don't need a giant hat. But it is nice to see that stuff is upgraded here. I'm gonna sell my other ice shield. Not gonna sell the ice spear. Gonna sell the flame bow. I'm gonna keep the flame shield. I'm not gonna keep the flame shield. I'm gonna keep the diamond shield. Diamond shield's been unique enough. Now the real question is, what do I do with haste? Who do I put that on? I feel like I probably shouldn't put it on, like, Ricard or something. I don't know how long he's going to still be in my party. Take a look at what my options are here for equipment. Be quick. See if things have changed. I could buy wing. These are all things that were nice a little while ago, but they're not nice now. Make it part of your Twitch stats. Haste, put it on Lucio. Wrong franchise. I kind of feel like Squiggles' character in D&D is like Lucio, because his shtick is basically every turn that we play in D&D, he rolls some dice and we get some number of temporary hit points. And it's absurd just having that constant overheal shield. A cyclone appeared and destroyed everything. Well, that makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? It tried. Yeah, I don't want any of those. Haste. Haste makes waste. Alright, let's go save. Or let's go sit. Let's go and get our characters healed back up, which we already did because I wasn't paying attention. And then save, and then go see what's going on in the castle, and see if we've been massively betrayed by a giant cyclone. It died after speed. Hey, look, there's that cyclone. I just noticed it. So the thing about it is the transliteration service does its best, and sometimes Miku just doesn't really want to say things after it. I guess we could try it again. I have the Desu button. Sometimes it works. Fynn is doomed if the cyclone comes back. The Emperor's cyclone destroyed many towns. Oh no. The Emperor is too powerful! The Emperor created the cyclone. It is impossible to enter the cyclone. It would tear you to pieces. Would the Emperor be in the cyclone? Like speed and nothing else better? Ah, that's a shame. That's why I implemented the Desu button, is sometimes things just don't work correctly. And so the Desu button fixes it. It's very silly. Alright, we have some new people to talk to. Ultima is in our hands, but what good does it do for us? The cyclone will defeat us regardless. We would need to fly to get in there. If only I knew someone who owned an airship. The Emperor created a cyclone and has already destroyed Altair, Gatre, Holum, and Puft. The cyclone is now headed for Fynn. The Emperor is controlling the cyclone. Oh hey, there she is. It's cleaned up a bit. I thought you dead for sure. Glad you're all safe. Well, nice to know she's doing alright, but kind of odd that she switched out her digs. Her duds. Oh my. Alright, so what we learned here is there's an evil cyclone that will tear things up. What I have to do immediately is try to go fight it. Because clearly this isn't going to go poorly for me. Only guess your party was not died and she's living up in the castle? Yep. Emphasis on should. Well, I want to see if I get a bad end, you know? Those are fun. Like the Evil Weatherman's bad end. That was a fun dead end. I am a sucker for a good bad ending. Or even a bad ending sometimes, you know? And the future refused to change. Etc. The butterfly ending, exactly. It would be awesome if it ended by turning everyone into butterflies here. It won't, but I think if I want to use Ultima in good faith, I'm going to need to spend a little bit of time grinding it up. It's doing good but highly variant damage, which is interesting. Paper Mario Bad End is amusing? I don't know if I've seen that one. I might have. I don't know if I got it while I was playing. Death! Guess we'll keep Death around for a minute. Okay, here we go. I make bad decisions! Oh, I can't make bad decisions. The game has prevented me from making bad decisions. Care about a spoiler? For Paper Mario? No. I beat Paper Mario a long time ago. Like, 2 years ago. I am perfectly fine to be spoiled on that. Yeah, Ultima is not keeping up with pace with everything else. I don't know if I should switch, but, like, it does good damage. Oh, and now she's paralyzed. That doesn't help. Join Evil Peach? Oh, that's a different Paper Mario, then. Because I'm thinking of the OG Paper Mario, not, like, Thousand Year Door or something. Definitely didn't get that one. I don't remember Peach becoming evil in Paper Mario. But that is exactly the kind of thing that I would totally try to do. Like, in EVO, Search for Eden, you're given options to join up with several of the evil forces, and I always tried first, and it usually said no, you can't do it. Can't blame you for not trusting Ultima. It's like we might say, you know what would be great? If we get people to spell the entire game we're talking up and then ends up corrupting their files. If they would have thought of it, they would have at least tried to implement it. The corrupting files as an option? I mean, it's not that I'm, like, unhappy with it. I think it feels like a pretty awesome spell. But the problem is I need to go and do the upgrades, and then you guys tell me things like it's bugged, and it doesn't make me want to really spend the time to grind it out. And these guys are weak enough that I could easily spend time grinding it out in this fight if I wanted to, without too much recourse. And like, split damage, level 1, 59, 40 to 59 isn't bad. Like, clearly there's potential there, which is why I'm still casting it. But really the question is, do I want to spend the time? Imagining casting Ultima just got you a game over. I could easily see that happening in some games. Like, you get the Black Materia, you equip it, you cast Meteor, and the game's like, why did you do that? The whole point of the game was to prevent that from happening, idiot. So... that would have been funny, but probably bad. So I'm going back to town anyway, may as well grab it for selling. So most of the world has been destroyed by the evil cyclone. So first off, I guess I trust it enough that I may as well pick it up. Use Osmos rarely. Let's put it where Swap is. I'm not using Swap. When I do use Swap, I use it a lot. That's a decent spot for it, yeah. Guess we'll put it where Flare is, so I can just push down 3 times. But like, if I want to level it, I need to put it in slot 1. Fun fact, in 14, you've never able to cast Ultima before. I think there are hints for what to do next. Do it everywhere and try to figure out everything. Do you want some directions? Not quite yet. There's a couple things I want to try. When they say you need something to get into the ball or into the tornado, my first natural instinct is to go see if Sid's dead. Because Sid is the kind of guy who has something that can get you into the tornado. So that's the thing I'm going to try next. You gonna go into that thing? You're mad! Well, I've got some things that might help. Check the wall by the bed. Oh, yeah. Paul coming in and helping us out. Let's see what he has in the way of tornado-killing devices. Bonanza, Black Garb, Ruby Mail, Thief's Glove, Gold, Elixir, Gold Pin. Could I have come and gotten this stuff at any point in the game? This part could be cruel. Fair. Like, could I have come in here the moment I got into the town? Like, if I defeated one of the badass knights, could I have just come in here and stolen his shit? Don't think it's available early? Okay. That would have been cool. Well, let's see if this gear is any good, I guess. I've got Black Garb. Let's see how the Ice Mail compares to Ruby. Ruby is garbage. In fact, I think other than Black Garb, like, none of the other stuff is good. So yeah, I'm gonna ditch that. Like, this would be nice earlier, but I have way better equipment now. So I'm kind of surprised it's available at this point, given, like, how much awesome equipment the last dungeon gave me. It seems rather pointless. I'm gonna sell this, I'm not gonna use it. Ice. Actually, let's see if I can hand-me-down that. Thief Glove's not good. Gold's not good. Gold Pin I'm done with. Silver. Oh, I probably should just see if I was done with Gold Pin. Maybe someone could have used that as a hand-me-down. I'm not too worried, though. Ricard's... eh. Yeah, like, Ruby's just not good. Kinda surprised. All this other crap in my inventory. Yeah, the elixir was nice. I'm not going to complain. Well, actually, I don't know if the elixir came out of there. That might be the last item in the row. I haven't used a single elixir this game, so... It did? Okay. Like, I've been hoarding my elixirs, I think. Unless I've accidentally used one thinking it was another, which I don't think happened. You can buy them, too. Oh, that's not too bad, then. Typically, they're so expensive it's not worth burning your gold for it, but I'm pretty much rolling in it now. Blood Sword. Game has a weird sense of humor. Like, none of that stuff was actually useful. Like, I could either buy... Yeah, I could buy better stuff in Mysidia, or I could get better stuff in the dungeons. I don't know why Paul's hoarding all this garbage. I appreciate that he wanted to give me this garbage, but, like, it would have been nice if he'd done it, you know, before I left this town last. Those, like, I think that's when those things would have been peak usefulness. So... Very odd, Paul. Very odd. What else I want to do here? We talked to all those people. Don't really need to heal, because nothing really hurt me. Dang it. Alright, let's at least put a moment in on Ultima. Really should put her in the front row for this kind of grinding. It would save me a few seconds. Does Paul have something to say after getting the treasure? Yeah, let's find out. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. First, a little more Ultima grinding, but not too much. I have appreciated, like, the random bits where the dialogue has changed. Like, it's nice that all the people milling around the castle and previously the stronghold had interesting things to say after a certain point. And they change their tunes as the world events change. And of course the Dragoon dialogue was also nice. Okay. I think that's enough. Ultima. Attacking with sticks. Nice to get a preemptive in, though. I think bighorns don't take as much, or do as much damage, or need as much damage as I thought. Yeah, level 1, 300 damage. Like, this is clearly a spell worth learning. I wonder if the reason it's bugged is it never gets any better. Like, if I level it up, all it does is cost me more. So it's kind of like a bad deal if I level it up. Tell you right, this because you're merciful. Ultima does not do well as an upgraded spell. It's only going to do about 3 times as much damage as it does now. By Ultima 16. That's because it's heavily bugged. It's not terrible as Ultima 1, but it's not worth the time investment. Thank you, Desi. I will cease doing what I'm doing right now. I wasn't far off from correctness, but I definitely wasn't correct. So I guess I'll keep it around to cast sometime, because it's fun. But, like, yeah, that's highly variable damage. I don't know. This will go back to fire. Or maybe I'll give Holy or Flare a shot. 3 times the stretch, but Ultima 16 is like 300, 500 damage. Yeah, that's not that much. That's just not worth the grind. Goodbye, Ultima. You've been fun. Cure gets to take your spot again. Alright, let's go talk to Paul really quick. We get to run, because sometimes, when you need to see Paul, you just gotta see Paul. It's a policy. How do you fight a cyclone? So no change. Sadly, no change. Anyway, let's go try to find Sid and see if he has something useful to say. That's about all I can think about in terms of making logical progression here. Hopefully I can get in my canoe before this becomes a problem. Thank you, canoe. Truly the best key item of the game. The one I've gotten the most use out of, and the one I regret the least getting. And sitting in my inventory forever. Exciting stuff is now happening in the game. Oh, I bet. Like, it's one of those things where I probably should go and visit, like, all of the towns and go see, like, how each one is coping with this particular turn of events. And maybe it's worth it to just, like, take the canoe down and go see the old stronghold town and see what people have to say there. You know, assuming it hasn't been destroyed completely. Kind of how Kefka changed the world and destroyed entire towns this game did at first. It does make a lot of sense. Definitely do feel like things have accelerated here. Because we're definitely fighting more exciting things now, even though these things are still from a while ago. Yeah, it's kind of hard to justify casting spells when I do 500 damage with my bow. Mithril Hat, until I need to free up space anyway. Let's go see the town, just in case. That does look a little more destroyed than last time. Yep. A lot more destroyed than last time. FF6 is way better, but this has an interesting... most interesting story out of the first 4 FF games. I can see it. This is definitely fascinating. A fascinating turn for an early game like this. I can see why you like this game. It does a lot of interesting things, even if it doesn't do them all well. Stretch. In place. Stretch. Oh no, please don't do that. Oh good. We're not going to skip a turn. For anybody but Butts and Ricardo. I can live with that. Game was very ambitious. Oh, definitely. Hopefully they're weak to fire. They're not weak to fire. No one is weak to fire. That did not do what I needed. Well, let's just try, you know, using normal violence instead of fiery violence. Perfect. I don't care that he can hit more. Oh yeah, haste. That's where I saw it before. It does say you can hit more. I wonder if it raises your multiplier. It might actually be worth teaching somebody to raise up stuff, but I don't know if I want to burn it on one of my main characters. Like, I feel like Himbo might be justifiable, because he just doesn't do quite as much as everyone else. Or at least hasn't for a while. Like, haste feels like a valuable spell. Woohoo, my intellect went up. And I keep getting mithril hats. So many mithril hats. Alright, let's take our boat out. Run into Joltfish. I am unhappy about running into Joltfish. Take a cruise up the coastline and see how everything is destroyed. Yep, that's destroyed. Let's see... Was this down? Hey look, an airship! Dibs? I am not allowed to steal the airship. Well, dang. That was a good idea, I think. You know, up to the point where it didn't work. Let me think about what I should do now. Guess we can check the other town. They did mention like a list of towns that were destroyed. Mysidia is probably still there, but I'm not certain it's useful. What other towns and places I could go to? Like, we've talked to most of the people who actually know anything, which is annoying. And I just had Ricardo hit himself. Eh, he needs it. Yeah, he ramped up fast. Like, it doesn't hit quite as heavy as Butts does, but it's nothing to sneeze at. I need to not forget to heal up Ricardo. Good enough. Well, let's try the other town that was over here. There's a spot in the rocks so I can walk around. It's slower, but it's easier than going around by boat. Also kind of shocking to see how close it is at the beginning of the game to the Mysidian Cave Tower in Mysidia. At first, it seems like the game does a terrible job of getting you from Mysidia to with the change in difficult enemies when you cross the invisible overworld boundaries, and yet it works exactly as it's intended to work. You gotta stay the fuck away from that enemy until that area until it's time. Yep. It is effective. Very effective in that sense. Yeah, it's not worth it for me to attack. Not worth it for to have her attack the front row, since she wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Chocobo? Chocobo would be nice. I could go and get a Chocobo. I don't know if I want a Chocobo, but I could go and get a Chocobo. It's an option. It also occurs to me I probably could have seen that town from over here and figured out whether or not it was destroyed before walking on it. But we're not going to let a small detail like that dissuade us from walking all the way around. Wonk. Nice that I'm still powerful enough to one-shot most of these things. Even if they are more difficult enemies on the world map. Intellect down! Not win with this woman. And all of these really crappy drops. Shouldn't even bother putting them in my inventory. At least these things die quick. Come on, run away, and run away. Nope. One can hope. This could start casting Swap. Nah, I don't think that's a good idea. This town is still in order. That's good. Probably because it's Empireville, but... Great job! Thanks for blowing up the Dreadnought. You did it! I feel so happy about how the world's gone from this place. Well, the Dreadnought, the Empire's not so scary. Oh, these poor deranged people. Oh, they don't know. They don't even know, man. They don't even know. They don't even know. News hasn't reached them yet. No, they're too far away. Oh. Fascinating. Just fascinating. How about this guy? Sid will know what the Dreadnought's weakness is. I know nothing about cyclones. Meanwhile, the Emperor is preparing the Ultima weapon. Yep. That is a little bit of a problem. I don't even have any convenient Magitech armor to take it down. Yeah, I don't know. Where else could I go? I guess I could go up to the Winter Town. That's not the worst of ideas. Actually, no, I'm tired of fighting these things. So I suspect that was one of the 3 enumerated cities. No, they enumerated 3 cities. I guess there were 4 cities I've seen that had been destroyed, so... Oh, okay, good. Hooray for my grinding of Flee. That way I can leave fights. I could... I figured it out. I know what to do. I absolutely know what to do now. It's obvious once you see it. I'm gonna go get I'm gonna go get the Wyvern. I've got a Dragoon. He can fly him. There's a Wyvern that's grown up a little bit in our time. Some time has passed. Maybe this will work. It feels like the right solution, though. It absolutely feels like the right solution. We'll see, though. Also, it's about the time for them to give me my own fucking airship, which would be really nice. How do I get there again? Oh, I haven't even gone through the wiggle yet. Forgot where I was on the boat. Ocean. The docked airship is such a tease. Yeah, I was really thinking I'd just go steal it. Like, there's no reason I personally in this game wouldn't steal it at this point. Very much a ends justify the means sort of thing going on right here. But nope. I mean, the worst part is, I can no longer run into really weak enemies to cast Swap on. Teasing us with the big things that go up. I don't have keys. Oh, yeah, fair. I feel like my characters might know how to... No, they absolutely would not know how to hotwire a airship. That's just silly. Just silly. No keys. No springs. This is the wintry continent. There we go. And over here. Over here. Get in there. Yeah, close enough. Yes. Alright, let's see. This is the only logical thing to do so far. Let's see if I'm wrong. You a Dragoon? Yes. Okay, we did this one bit. Cyclone, no. Alright, well that didn't help. There's gonna be another Dragoon in here. Oh, wait. Where would the Wyvern even be? Alright, maybe I'm wrong about this one. It really felt like a reasonable solution. The only other thing I could think of is I need to go back into the Dragoon Cave and go down and see the Dragoon, or go see the Wyvern that we dropped in the lava. Because that makes a sort of sense, because it wouldn't immediately come to the castle if it was fully grown, because it wouldn't know better. I don't know. Do I want some direction? Honestly, I think I'm pretty ready to wrap it up. I think I might need some direction next time, but I think for the time being, I'm just going to save. And I like my idea of going down into there. I think I want to try that, but I suspect it's also wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't say, do you want some direction? So, but we'll figure that out next time.